December brings with it the holidays, a time to gather with friends and family and enjoy gifts of the season. And the greatest promoter in boxing history has his own gift to boxing fans all around the world. Live from Casino Miami Jai Alai in Miami, Florida, Don King Productions proudly presents People's Championship Boxing. 5 title fights in all, featuring some of the best boxing talent in the world. In our main event, scheduled for 10 rounds, WBA Continental U.S. Middleweight Champion Ian Green puts his title on the line when he takes on the veteran Vaughn Alexander. WBA NBA Champion, Welterweight Champion Trayshawn Wiggins defends against challenger Chris Howard. The vacant WBC International Lightweight title will be decided between Antonio Perez and Haskell Rhodes. The hard-punching Alex Castro looks to rebound from a tough loss to Ian Green when he takes on Harry Cruz for the WBA NABA middleweight title. And Devon Williams faces off against Kendall Ward for the vacant WBC Youth Intercontinental Super Lightweight title. It is scheduled for 6. Hello everyone, I'm Bob Alexander, season's greetings and welcome to Miami. We've got what we think is going to be an exceptional evening of boxing, some very intriguing matchups for sure. Once again, we have a combined panel here that has had some great boxing experience as well as other sports experience. We have the one and only Hall of Famer and multi-women's world champion, one of the best women boxers, if not the best of all time, the coal miner's daughter, Christy Martin, with us again. Christy, good evening.
Good evening.
Also joining us, the man who has more management of boxing champions than anyone else in boxing history, the one and only Carl King. Carl, always a pleasure, my friend.
Thank you, Bob. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight.
And also joining us this evening once again, young man who was once a first-round draft pick in the NFL by the Tennessee Titans. He was an All-Pro twice, played for both the Titans and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The one and only Albert Hainsworth joining us again. Albert, great to see you.
Hey, great to see you, Bob.
So in our main event, we've got Ian Green, who is a rising star, took on Alex Castro last time. Now he's taking on a vet who turned pro 20 years ago. What is the experience of Vaughn Alexander going to do to Ian Green in this fight?
Bob, I think it's going to be a great fight. Ian Green, we saw him the last time against Castro in a war. He got cut in the first round. He was able to stay in there, fight a great fight for 10 rounds, coming away with the victory. His opposition's been a little questionable, I think, as we look compared to Vaughn Alexander. Vaughn Alexander was with DKP 20 years ago. He came back, not just to come back to be promoted by Don King, he came back to win a title. So this is what we're going to see tonight. Is the boxer-puncher going to be the winner here, or are we going to see the brawler take control?
In our co-main, Chris Howard was scheduled to meet Adrian Broner on this show, but Broner had a hand injury. Now instead, he's taking on a tall southpaw, Trayshawn Wiggins, who has improved fight to fight here on Don King Productions. And Carl, what is it like for the whole camp, not just the fighter, but the manager, the trainer, everybody, to suddenly have to prepare for somebody totally different right off the bat?
Well, it's certainly not easy. It's not an easy transition. But you have guys, here's a guy, a young man from Cincinnati that was going to fight Adrian Broner. Adrian sustained an injury, and now he's going in against a guy that's completely opposite style-wise. He's taller. He's a southpaw. He's a very good, excellent boxer with decent power. It's going to be, I think it's going to get down to whether Chris can adjust and how fast he can adjust. But this Wiggins guy, Trayshawn Wiggins from Newburgh, New York, by way of Johnstown, Pennsylvania, I think he's something to watch. He has a deceptive record.
And of course, we've also got plenty more great boxing action. Albert, we've got a great fight. It looks like on paper, Antonio Perez is taking on Haskell Rhodes. That is for a belt. You got an undefeated young man also taking on a veteran. What's your take on that fight?
Well, honestly, this is probably my most exciting fight, I believe. Just listening to Haskell Rhodes talk, what he was saying, like his record is deceiving. Like he's fought some really, really good fighters and didn't have a training camp for it. He took some fights on a week notice or 2 week notice, and he still stuck in there and hung on. So I'm excited to see what he's going to do. We didn't really get a chance to talk to Perez. He big timed us, I guess. He pull a Carl on us now. But again, he got an undefeated record. With 5 knockouts. So he could hold his own, but he's going to have a tough task. Going against Rhodes.
Christy, another fight that we're all intrigued by is the return of Alex Castro. He's going for a belt. He's going to be taking on the tough veteran Harry Cruz. Castro was in a war with Ian Green, just one of the best fights we've seen all year. What is your take on him making his comeback after that fight and taking on a guy like Harry Cruz?
Let me tell you this, Bob. Harry Cruz, when you fight him, you better bring your lunch because he's going to be there. He's a tough. His style may not be the prettiest. It's kind of ugly, actually, but he's going to be there. He's going to be a tough test, and we'll see. Is Castro going to step up and show us that he has true, legitimate contender power?
And we've also got another title weight fight. This for the WBC Vacant Youth Intercontinental Superweight title. We've got Devon Williams taking on Kendall Ward. Devon is another young man who's undefeated, Carl, but he's taking on a veteran guy that's got a lot more experience.
Yeah, you know what? It seems like this youth title is a new thing, and Devon Williams is in excellent shape. He's an excellent fighter, but he's going up against a guy, Kendall Ward, who does not have a good record. However, he told me personally today that he's long overdue and that he promised to have that belt wrapped around his waist at the end of the night. So it makes for an interesting matchup. We'll see how it turns out.
Absolutely. We got a great, exciting evening of boxing that we're looking forward to. Albert, I know that this time of year you're normally thinking about NFL playoffs, but we got some great boxing right before the holidays.
Oh, absolutely. Anybody tuned in, they're going to see a great show. They're going to see a lot of action. Especially the last 3 are going to be excellent fights. Even 4, because I want to see what Castro can do as well.
Christy, is it hard as a fighter to get ready for a big fight so close to the holidays when you're thinking about eating all kinds of rich food and laying back and watching TV? Is it hard for a fighter to maintain focus when it's so close to the holidays?
You know what? I think fighters sometimes use that as an excuse, but if you're a fighter, fighting is your job, so you have to stay ready. And if you're promoted by Don King, if you look back through all the history, Carl, always DK makes sure you have holiday money.
That's
so
right.
So you're going to fight in December. You're going to fight in January. Get ready. Stay in shape.
Those are my favorite dates. The 18th, particularly a week before Christmas, perfect.
That's when it happens. Get that call. You're going to fight December 18th. You're going to fight December 10th.
That's right.
Stay ready.
And you know what I love about a Don King show is that it's always well matched. Sometimes you see shows that, one guy is set up to get a good win. I understand that, but when Don King puts you on his show, he's expecting you to give everything you've got and make sure that you come prepared and be ready to fight and win.
You know what? It's something that all fighters should want to do. We have a sign hanging in our training camp in Orwell, Ohio that says, if you fail to prepare, then you prepare to fail.
Ooh.
So with that being said, these guys, a lot of times they don't get a lot of notice. But if you're in condition to get into condition, you have an excellent chance of coming out on top. But it's the guys that, after a fight just do absolutely nothing, gain weight, those guys have a difficult time coming back. So it's wise to stay fit in this business.
Albert, your take on that?
I agree. You gotta stay fit. Because when it's time to action, you go into training camp. If you're out of shape or anything like that, you go into training camp, you can get hurt. So that's the thing. So always stay conditioned.
Absolutely. So we are really looking forward to the show. We're going to be getting underway momentarily. And Christy, I know that anytime you're talking about a Don King show, you're just talking about excitement. He brings out the stars. He brings out the boxing heroes. So anytime you come here, you might as well be in Vegas. It's like a Vegas setting when Don King's in town.
Absolutely. People buy tickets to see a Don King show. It doesn't really matter who's on the fight card. It's because it's promoted by Don King. We know it's going to be legitimate. We know it's going to be real fights, and we want to be part of it. He does events. He doesn't do fights.
That's right. You're absolutely right. It is events.
Absolutely. But it's been that way for 50 years. It's like we have, he's put on some of the greatest fights of all time. I mean, starting back from the Rumble in the Jungle in 1974, right up until the People's Championship Boxing Show tonight. So it's always good to see competitive fights. And as a boxing fan, I think you'd appreciate it more so than the one-round blowouts that some promoters like to put on to build their talent.
Well, Carl, let me ask you. You know Don King better than anybody because being his son. I mean, he doesn't slow down. I mean, the man is he's a 90-year-old guy. Most people are sitting in a rocking chair, don't even want to get up. He's out promoting boxing.
Yeah,
he's amazing.
He is a real energizer. I wanted to get him an Energizing Bunny commercial with him with the hair stand up on the
He
bunny,
should.
the American flags as the drumsticks, but that didn't work out. But he is the true. I mean, the guy is the truest form of a promoter that you might ever see, because it's not just something that he does; it's something that he is, and he promotes his guys, you know, to the utmost. So.
And Albert, you've been on the sidelines around a lot of great legends, you know, coaches and that sort of thing. What does Don King mean to you when you see him at a show like this? You know, in the age he's got, I think he's amazing. What is your take?
Honestly, I mean, he's a legend. Like, I was excited to get invited to do commentating with you guys and to finally meet Don King. You know, you see movies that he's portrayed in. You see him on TV. You know, and that like boisterous laugh that he has. I mean, it's amazing just to be like in the same room with him, and actually now to do what we're doing here, you know, for Don King. So I'm truly thrilled and blessed, and I mean, to have a legend like that to actually know my name and me be working for him here.
He's a legend of legends.
He is, no doubt.
At 92, he gives me hope.
We all just want to make it to 92, much less thrive at 92.
Yeah, exactly.
But Christy, you and I go way back in your career. I was ring announcing your fights back in Punta Gorda, my hometown, small town in Florida. But then you caught the break. You got discovered. Don King found you, catapulted you into superstardom. What was that experience like?
Oh my goodness, Bob. I'm from a town of 500 people. So like our little group right here, that's about how many people are in my town in southern West Virginia. So here I am sitting across the table negotiating a contract with Don King. It was so out of my league, but what I loved about him the most and how he promoted me was just like a fighter. It wasn't a sideshow. Go out there and fight Christy. Do your thing. If you sink or swim, it's on you. He didn't, you know, he always gave me great slots, and I feel like I gave it back to him and the best performances I could give.
Oh, when you were fighting on the undercards of the Mike Tyson fights, a lot of people were tuning in to see you just as much as they were tuning in to see Mike back in those days.
I always told him that Mike Tyson and DK, that I was the appetizer for the show. I got him warmed up and ready for the main event.
Yeah, you didn't want to miss that. You didn't want to miss her.
You were a lot of appetizer. Let's put it that way. You were so good back in the day.
I loved my job.
And it was obvious.
Obviously, it got you into the Hall of
Thank
Fame, and you've been a very great representative of the sport of boxing. So
Thank you,
we're
Bob.
really glad to have you on board with us this evening. And, of course, you guys are all going to be taking turns going down and doing some ringside commentary. And I know you're looking forward to seeing the guys get in the ring and get going, right, Carl?
Absolutely. That's what we're all here tonight to see. A great show. We got some really good, not just great fighters, we got some good, decent human beings, some good people that happens to be fighters that are going to demonstrate their talents and skills tonight. And I think we're all going to be pleasantly surprised.
And Albert, as far as athlete to athlete, what is your take on boxer when it comes back to football player as being athletic? What's your take?
I'll never forget what Nate Campbell told me, Hall of Famer. He's like, we played football, you don't play boxing. So
That's true.
just to see it, like every day they step in the ring, they're putting their life on the line, and it's just them, fighting. I don't have like another 10 guys I have to worry about. It's just it's just them in the ring. So I mean, they just got to stay ready. So I'm just impressed with these guys, and some of the guys have transferred from football, like Haskell. Like Haskell Rhodes, he was a football player, and now he's a boxer. So, I mean, he understands it's a sport, and we love it.
Christy, I know you've had an opportunity to do some managing of fighters and all the other things that you do. Is it harder for you to watch your fighter fight, or is it tougher being a fighter yourself going in the ring?
Absolutely. It's harder to be on the outside than the inside. On the inside, it's in your control. When you're on the outside, you have no control.
Well, I'm sure a lot of folks are going to be thinking that tonight when they get up to ringside. We right now are going to go down to ringside and get the show started. We're going to send it down to Atlantic City Boxing Hall of Famer Mark Abrams. Mark?
Thanks, Bob. Great job by the panel. Breaking down the fights, like they said, 5 big championship fights tonight. On top of that, 2 undefeated prospects. Dayan DePestre will start us off in a minute or so against Yasir Zamora, and a 15-0 bantamweight by the name of Lawrence Newton will take on the tough and rugged Eric Ruiz. But like the guy said, these fights tonight are going to introduce some fighters into the top 10 and into contendership. Guys like Ian Green against Vaughn Alexander. The winner of that fight, it's big stakes. Alexander has upset a couple guys, and his only losses really have been at bigger guys at 168 pounds. Trayshawn Wiggins and Chris Howard, the same thing. One of the fights I'm really circling tonight is Antonio Perez against Haskell Rhodes. Perez is an 8-0 kid from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, just 21 years old, taking on Rhodes, a guy who's been in there with the likes of Jason Sosa, Sergey Lipinets, Edner Cherry, among others. So that will be a terrific test for the young Antonio Perez. Alex Castro, who was tooth and nail last bout out against Ian Green, we're going to look to see if he can rebound in his WBA and ABA middleweight fight against Harry Cruz, as a tough police officer from the Bronx. And finally, in our last title fight, Devon Williams. Devon Williams is a young kid who's the younger brother of Antonio Bang Williams. He's going to get his first chance at gold when he takes on last-minute replacement Kendall Ward in what will be a terrific fight. So I think we are ready to go. Let's go up to our ring announcer, the dapper Jeremiah Gallegos.
Ladies and gentlemen, here from Casino Miami Highline, we are set for a great night of championship boxing. This opening attraction is scheduled for 4 rounds in the middleweight division. We introduce to you first, representando Managua, Nicaragua, here is Yasir Mesquito Zamora.
Comes Yasir Zamora, looking for his first win against 2 defeats out of Torrance, California.
Originally from Nicaragua, coming to us from California, Mark.
Absolutely, and he, like you said, looking to get into the win column.
He picked a tall task for tonight.
Yeah, the fighter he's fighting, and we're going to get into Dayan DePestre's story. He's one of those Cuban fighters who got a long amateur background.
And his opponent, ready to make his way into the arena. Here comes an undefeated, representando Cuba. Here is Dayan, the Cuban sniper, DePestre.
Dayan DePestre.
Hay mucha cosa dura que pasé. Escucha lo que tengo que decir. Champion Sound. No me digan nada. A mí nadie me calla.
Cuban fighter from Miami.
La delincuencia en la calle es una amenaza. Padres sin trabajar.
He's the real deal, I think.
Yeah, we're going to get into that fight because the gentleman who fought a draw with Yuri Cedeno is a top prospect. And to get a draw with Cedeno means DePestre is definitely on a prospect list.
Luego lo analicé y recapacité que no matemos uno a uno nada va a resolver. Cuando niño soñé con ser campeón mundial, muchos decían tú estás flaco no vas a aguantar, pasé trabajo pero yo
There's a great entrance ask for us
Nunca te
tonight.
rindas y verás que lo vas a lograr. Piensa en tu mamá, piensa en tu familia, piensa bien en lo que estás haciendo con tu vida, con mente positiva y nunca negativa. Tener un arma en la cintura no es la alternativa. Pregunto qué pasó en Panamá y Colón, que se están matando.
Christy Martin,
sin
take us behind the numbers here.
So we have the teletape. Here we see the younger guy, Dayan, is coming out here to make a name for himself. He's younger, he's taller, he's stronger, he's got an edge in weight. The record, his knockouts, I think is a clean sweep for Dayan.
Well, let's get these ring introductions underway. Jeremiah Gallegos, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live globally on our historic free simulcast on Facebook, Instagram, X formerly known as Twitter, YouTube, DonKing.com, iTube247.com, and Fight TV. Tonight we are set for boxing extravaganza. This is People's Championship Boxing, presented by Mr. Don King of Don King Productions. This is our opening feature, and it's scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The 3 judges scoring this contest tonight at ringside are Daniel Fitzgerald, Eliseo Rodriguez, John Rupert, and a referee in charge of the action at the sound of the bell, Frank Gentile. Introducing to you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner, standing with trainer Melvin Davis, assisted by Ceramenis Williams. Tonight wearing red with white and gray, officially weighed in 159.2 pounds. Tonight entering the ring for the 3rd time as a professional, representing Get It Out the Mud Boxing desde Managua, Nicaragua, presentando Yacer Mezquito Zamora. And his opponent to my right across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, standing with Angel Mendez and cutman Tony Suarez. He officially weighed in 164.2 pounds. Wearing blue and white tonight, he enters his contest perfect with 1 victory by way of knockout. Fighting out of Miami, Florida, ladies and gentlemen, y representando Cuba, here is El Invicto, Dayan, the Cuban Sniper de Preste. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again a referee for this 4-round attraction, Frank Gentile.
Anything below here, I'm going to call. You got your instructions in the dressing room. Remember, stop, break, and box. Listen to my commands. Any questions? Any questions? Touch them up. Good luck, guys.
Zamora hasn't been out of the first round in his first 2 fights, and I don't expect anything different tonight.
Just one of these fights, you better have your drink in your hand right now. Don't go to the refrigerator.
Absolutely. This kid isn't nicknamed the Sniper for no reason.
He's a good-looking specimen for sure. I mean, the way he looks, that's the way he boxes. It's going to be over quick.
We are underway. Dayan de Pestre, 1-0 with 1 draw, 1 knockout. He's in the blue. Zamora, Yacer Zamora, 0-2. Like Christy said, he's been stopped twice. He's in the red and black, and de Pestre rehydrated. He's much larger than Zamora. Like we mentioned before, de Pestre had a draw with Yuri Cedeno, and Cedeno was a guy who was knocking everyone out quickly. I've saw just about all of his fights, and he's an impressive prospect.
The Sniper, he's throwing all big punches, and I really think he's just looking for 1 knockout punch tonight. He doesn't want to waste much energy. Just get in there and get out.
Zamora took the fight, pretty late, about a week's notice, as he gets hit with a right hand. Zamora's trying. Oh, there's a right hand, and down goes Zamora to a knee. They didn't rule that a knockdown, did they?
It's kind of like a little, kind of pushing his head down a little bit.
Well, it was good. I'm sorry.
No, it was a good punch, though.
Good right to the body from de Pestre.
I'm surprised. DePestri seems to be taking his time. I thought he would just come out here and jump on Zamora and get him out early.
Yeah, he's kind of like an awkward boxer, Demora. And I think the sniper's trying to figure him out a little bit.
He actually just got through the left hand,
There
but
we go.
there's the body shots, and down goes Zamora, and he is writhing in pain on the canvas, and he doesn't look like he's too eager to get up, and this fight is over. Score win number 2 without a loss and a draw. DePestri, second knockout.
You know, we see fighters all the time shake off big head shots, but those body shots, especially if it's a liver shot, it's hard to shake that off.
So Diane DePestri, like I said, I don't know how much we're going to learn in a fight like that, taking on, like Christy eloquently put it, guy who never got out in the first round and still hasn't. But you can see that you can say that there's talent there, and Diane DePestri's a guy I'm going to kind of circle and look to see his future.
And you know what, Mark? He's the kind of guy that came in there, probably had, I don't remember how many amateur fights he had, but he wasn't like a nervous, over anxious 4-round fighter that we often see. He placed his punches, he took his time, and he got him out. He knew it was, I think he knew it was just a matter of time when the fight started.
And at just 23 years old, that's a patient fighter that young. You don't see that all the time.
Oh, and it's hard, especially when your first few pro fights, you just want to go out there. You're so anxious to show everybody what you can do. You sometimes overdo.
Yeah, once he got hit with that body shot, he just put him down. And DePestri, he was actually, you seen it on his face, like, hey, get up, get up. You know, he wanted some more work. So, that's good to see. He wasn't just celebrating the knockout. He wanted to get some more work in. Nothing like that live action.
So there you have it. Diane DePestri goes to 2-0-1 with 2 knockouts. Our first bout of the evening is now in the books. And to make this official, let's throw up to ring announcer Jeremiah Gallegos.
Ladies and gentlemen, here from Casino Miami Highline, the official time comes to you, 1:45. Round number 1. He is still undefeated. The pride of Cuba, Diane, the Cuban sniper, DePestri.
So there you have it. Diane DePestri, 2-0-1, 2 knockouts. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of him in the months and years to come, Christy.
Absolutely, and the truth is, I want to see more of him. I think that he shows us that he's going to be somebody to be reckoned with in this weight class, and he showed. I really like the patience. I was impressed by how patient he was, and he just took his time and he set his punches up. He knew his opponent was hurt, but he didn't just go crazy. He kept placing his shots correctly.
And that's part of having most likely hundreds of amateur fights in that Cuban system.
Absolutely.
So look at it from an athletic standpoint, like Albert said, well put together, in shape. He's a big middleweight. So he was 164 there, but he's going to campaign at middleweight. Big, strong guy, Albert.
Yeah, he definitely is a big, strong guy, and of course he has power with that size. Yeah, he's going to be very, very dangerous in his weight class, because obviously, he walks around probably closer to 180, 185 maybe.
Yeah, he's got those big shoulders.
Yes, he does. So it's always good to see, a good-looking young man like himself, performing like that, and I'm excited to see his future.
So we are here at the Casino Miami. That's just our first. We got 6 more to go, including 5 title fights. Mark Abrams, Christy Martin, Albert Hainsworth. So that's just the first of 7 tonight. Like I said, 5 title fights, Christy.
It's Don King Productions. Of course, we're going to have title fights on top of title fights. That's what DK does.
And Albert, very impressive. Who are you looking forward to seeing tonight? We've talked to these fighters all week.
Actually, I'm looking forward to see Haskell Rhodes against Perez. We didn't get a chance to really see Perez, he got an impressive record, but also listening to the roads and some of his losses came in having a training camp of 1 week, 2 week against a really good fighter that he hung in with.
That was Floyd Schofield in his last bout.
Yeah, so it's going to be, I'm really excited to see what he can do.
This fight's a real test for Perez. Like, he's 8-0, but he's in with a real cagey veteran. Like we said, he's been in with Schofield, Lipinets, Jason Sosa, Edner Cherry. These are world-class guys. Jason Sosa was a world champion. Lipinets was a world champion.
I think that absolutely this is a big step. And sometimes people look at those records and they don't factor in the competition that they've been in with. And maybe he has losses to those guys, but each of those losses he learned so much. And
a lot of boxing fans, hardcore boxing fan knows that Haskell Rhodes is a guy from Oklahoma. He relocated to Las Vegas. I know you've spent many training camps out in Las Vegas. That's a big difference when you're out there, getting that Vegas work.
Absolutely, because that's the key right there, getting the right work. You can be the greatest fighter out there, but if you don't get the competition in the gym sparring, you're never going to reach your climax, the climax of your ability.
That's almost like, Albert, I'm going to put it in your terms, going from maybe Division II to the SEC.
Absolutely. That's exactly what it's like.
So we got that fight. I'm very interested in our main event. Vaughn Alexander is a very tough guy. His losses have been mostly to bigger guys. He went the distance with Christian Mbili. He's a guy out of Canada who's knocking everybody out. Now he's back at his normal weight, 160 pounds. He's given everyone a lot of pride. Luis Arias, who's a big-time amateur, was a very solid pro. He beats Luis Arias. So, Vaughn Alexander has a excellent opportunity tonight to, get himself on the map, be it 10, 15 years later after he thought it would be.
Well, we talked about it earlier. 20 years ago, he was with DKP. Now he came back to DKP to win titles, not just to come back to get a fight, not just to come back to fight Ian Green. He's here tonight to win. And I think this is going to be a really, really entertaining fight. We have the boxer-puncher versus straight-up brawler. Vaughn Alexander's going to go out there and get in his butt right away.
And, Albert, for Ian Green tonight, he's got a chance to throw his name into the mix in the middleweight division.
Absolutely. I mean, fighting somebody like Vaughn Alexander, listening to him this week, he's going to come out there and try to knock him out. That's what Alexander's coming to do. And so Ian Green, he got to learn really how to fight and box with a guy that's going to come and try to make it nasty. He might have to mix it up a little bit, but he's got to be smart and not get caught.
And if that's not enough, we got Trayshawn Wiggins, got a fighter who's on a roll. He took some fights against some fights, actually fought a lot in Philadelphia. He's kind of righted himself a little bit. Now he's in there with Chris Howard, who Howard was, he had his mind set to fight Adrian Broner tonight, but he's a tough-nosed kid, 18-2.
Yeah, being, Tennessee, Chris Howard from Tennessee. So, he has a lot of experience, a lot of ring time. A lot of, sparring time with some great fighters like Adrian Broner. So I think he's going to definitely come in there and put on a fight. We got to see how he's going to perform.
To steal a phrase from the man himself, Don King, this is a night where yesterday's nobodies will become tomorrow's somebody.
Agreed, 100%. And that's the opportunity that Don King always gives people. He gives fighter after fighter the opportunity to become somebody.
Well, that's enough from us for a moment. Let's throw up to our panel, Bob Alexander.
All right, thank you, Mark. Joined once again by Carl King. And Carl, Diane DePestre gets that first-round knockout. We didn't get to see a whole lot of him, but what we did get to see, what were your impressions?
Well, he seemed to be a strong fighter, which, coming from Cuba, most of the Cuban fighters are very strong. Seemed that he has a decent punch. It's his second knockout in his third fight. I'm curious to know about the draw, but he seemed to be well on his way to establishing a winning career.
The early skills that I see in him, the build, everything, kind of reminds me a little bit of Thomas Hearns, the way he fights, the reach, everything.
Well, he does have the height and the reach, and now whether or not he has that power is yet to be determined. We'll see sometime in the future, but as of right now, they got him on the right track. They keep him active, keep him winning, and let's see how he can develop into a real strong king. Because he does look actually well conditioned and in great shape, and that's vitally important in this day and age.
When you're bringing a young fighter like this along, how hard is it to know when he should fight that next step? I mean, a lot of guys will do it early. A lot of guys don't do it until they're, in their 20th fight. But what about you as far as when you were managing fighters? When do you know how to move a guy up?
Well, me personally, I've always wanted to test my guys on each and every level, whether it's a 4-round test, a 6-round test, 8-round, 10 rounds, and so forth. And I wanted to make sure that they had adequate experience with styles, and particularly with southpaws that you don't often fight, but you want to have them in the camp with you. And I bring a southpaw in the camp every single time out, just so these guys that are on their way up the ladder can get an opportunity to experience what that's like. And if you do that, I think I prefer that than to wait until a guy gets 20 fights and then all of a sudden he runs into a style or a southpaw that he's unfamiliar with, and he may not know how to handle it.
And of course, there's different fighters for different styles, different fighters for
Right.
different experiences. Not every fighter is gonna be ready to take that big step early on, or you got to walk him along. So I imagine you had to evaluate each and every fighter for what their strength was.
And the key to a lot of these guys is the matchmaking. Matchmakers are probably one of the more underappreciated positions in boxing, but it's vitally important. And if you're a manager and you have a good relationship with a matchmaker, you can get a guy in there and say, I want to fight a shorter guy that comes to you, or a taller guy that runs away from you, a southpaw, a guy that gives you awkward movement. So all of these things over the course of several years gains a guy not only experience but a lot of confidence when he goes into the ring.
All right, we are getting ready now for the first of 5 title fights this evening. It's going to be Devon Williams taking on Kendall Ward, and we're going to send it back down to Mark Abrams.
Thanks, Bob, and we're back here ringside. Mark, Christie, and Albert. We're getting ready for our first title bout of the evening. Kendall Ward taking on Devon Williams. Williams 3-0, 3 knockouts. The younger brother of Antonio Bang Williams, who was originally going to be on this card. He's a 16-0 lightweight who will be making some waves very, very soon. I'm very interested to see Devon Williams tonight.
He's definitely ready, mentally focused on getting this first title in his career. I think it's a little early, actually, only 3 fights and you're letting somebody go for a title. It's early, but that's what DK wants to put belts around these guys' waists, and so that's what we're going to do tonight.
Even though, we're calling this a 6-round youth championship, to get one of those belts gives a fighter confidence.
It helps you get to that next level where, okay, now I'm a champion. I have to train a little harder. I have to walk a little brighter, a little more confident. So, yes, absolutely. Put a belt around your waist makes a difference.
It's like when Albert at Hartwell, South Carolina, probably won some state championships in high school.
Hartsville. Actually, no, I never won. We came in second we lost by 1 point in the state championship my junior year. And it's the closest I've came to any championship, to be honest.
Well, you're our champion, Albert.
Maybe I can get Don and give me a belt. I can feel like a champion.
I'm sure we can get you a fight.
I'm sure we can get you a fight. You're 6'7" and a lot of pounds, so we can get you a heavyweight fight.
300 pounds, that's it. 300 pounds.
You said it, not me. So to get our second bout in the ring, let's throw up to our ring announcer, Jeremiah Gallegos.
And all fight fans, here we go for our first title attraction of the evening here from Casino Miami Highlight. This contest is scheduled for 6 rounds for the vacant WBC Youth Intercontinental Super Lightweight Championship. We introduce to you first, ready to make his ring walk, fighting out of Gretna, Virginia, introducing to you the Jamaican warrior, Kendall the Lion Ward.
Here's 35-year-old Kendall Ward.
You know, as we get to talk to these fighters before the fight and the pre-fight meetings and everything, you start to learn a little bit about each guy. You just want to pull for everybody. You know, you want everybody to win. At least you want everybody to perform at their best ability. And he's definitely one of those guys. He's convinced Albert. I think he's going to win, right?
Rhodes, absolutely.
Well, his record says 1-10, but his last fight, he's 1-0. So, I mean, that's the way some of these guys look at things. I remember, basketball players, they may miss their first 10 shots, but if they hit 3 in a row, they think they're 3 for 3. So,
Yeah, the records don't seem like that, though.
He's a confident guy, is Kendall Ward, like Albert said. He spoke to him a little bit today.
He's very confident. He doesn't have the demeanor of a 1-10 fighter that's just coming here to get a payday or to be in the ring on a Don King show.
Jeremiah to bring in Devon Williams.
And his opponent ready to make his way into the arena. He comes in undefeated, hailing from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Here is the undefeated Devon Tap Williams.
Devon Williams, Tap. So you got Tap and Bang.
And they're both under the watchful eye of a great trainer, Kevin Cunningham. And I'm telling you, Kevin wouldn't be spending as much time with these young guys if he didn't believe they were the real deal.
And you see Antonio Williams in the green over the right shoulder of his younger brother, Devon Williams. It's a good stable in there. Erickson Lubin, you got Adrian Broner. Christy Martin, take us behind the tail of the tape.
Here we go. We're at, again, we see a big age difference. Williams, the younger guy, the fresher guy, taller, a little bit heavier. The record he's been in with the better fighters, and getting great work with Kevin Cunningham.
There you have it. So to get this first of 5 title fights started, let's go up to our ring announcer, Jeremiah Gallegos.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is our first title attraction of the evening from inside the Casino Miami High Line in beautiful Miami, Florida, USA. Tonight, Hall of Famer Don King of Don King Productions proudly presents People's Championship Boxing, coming to you live around the world on our simulcast on Facebook, Instagram, X, formerly known as Twitter, YouTube, DonKing.com, iTunes247.com, and Fight.tv. This first title attraction is scheduled for 6 rounds for the vacant WBC Youth Intercontinental Super Lightweight Championship. This contest is sanctioned by the Florida Boxing Commission, joined by the World Boxing Council, WBC President Mauricio Suleiman, WBC Supervisor here with us tonight, Bismarck Morales. The 3 judges scoring this contest at ringside are Gloria Martinez Rizzo, Franklin Mejias, Michael Tate, and our referee in charge of the action for this championship attraction, Michael De Jesus. And now, fight fans, here we go. 6 rounds of action for our title attraction. Introducing to you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner, standing the trainer, Coach Randy Witcher, wearing the colors of the Jamaican flag, green, gold, and black. He officially weighed in 138.6 pounds. Tonight, he enters this contest for the 12th time as a professional, fighting out of Gretna, Virginia. Introducing to you, Kendall the Lion Ward. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, standing with trainer Kevin Cunningham, wearing white, pink, and orange. He officially weighed in 139 pounds. In 3 professional contests, he is unblemished. 3 victories with 3 wins by way of knockout and no defeats. Hailing from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, USA, introducing to you the undefeated Devon Tab Williams. Once again, a referee for this championship contest here with us, Michael De Jesus.
All right, guys, we'll go to the locker room and in the corner. You're not expected to touch gloves if you want to. If not, go back to your corner.
Second bout of the evening, Devon Williams, 303 knockouts. He's in the purple with the fringe. Kendall Ward, 1-10, out of Namapa, Idaho. He's in the Jamaican colored trunks. Mark Abrams, Christy Martin, Albert Hainsworth. We are at Casino Miami, Don King Productions, the People's Championship.
I'm going to say Ward doesn't have the body language of a 1-10 guy. He actually carries himself like a fighter.
He's going right after Williams, but Williams lands a left and another left. I don't know if he's calling it low, and Ward goes down on all fours here, and they're calling this a low blow.
I didn't see the punch. They give him his time.
Yeah, referee's going to give him 5 minutes, and he just happens to be right in front of his corner, and his corner's just telling him to relax. Kendall Ward is definitely in some discomfort here.
Here we go.
Here we got the replay here. Let's see what happened here.
Oh, yeah, I think that was definitely below the belt.
So Kendall Ward trying to shake off this low blow. I think he's ready to go. He looks like he's ready to go. And we are back underway, round 1. Devon Williams and Kendall Ward.
I think Devon's.
Williams landed a left and rolled a trip. He did land a left hook in there, Christy.
Yeah, he did land a left hook, and he may have got a little lucky there.
Yeah, he landed on him as well, though. He did throw the punch, but I don't think that hurt Devon Williams.
Oh, there's a left hook, and they trade left hooks. Left to the body again from Devon Williams.
Williams is throwing some really hard shots, and he's placing them really well, body and head.
Left to the side of the head. There's the hair of Ward getting in the way, and a left hook drives Ward back to the ropes. Devon Williams opening up on Kendall Ward. Ward is hurt now, a big right hand, and I thought Ward was down, but he was rolled down there after that left hook. The Fort Lauderdale, Florida native, Devon Williams, has a terrific rooting section right behind us, and Kendall Ward, I don't know if he is all the way back. Devon Williams lets up 2 big right hands, and another body shot and a right to the head.
Williams is a young fighter that didn't forget about going to the body.
Hard
That's
right
always
hand
impressive.
and a left from Williams. Ward is trying to swing hard. Ward stumbling back towards the center of the ring. Williams, who is 76 in knives and amateur, lands a hard left and a right uppercut. 2 more body shots. 2 more body shots. Right, a left. Ward is in trouble, and this fight is over. Score stoppage number 4. Win number 4 for Devon Williams.
It was an impressive win. He went out there, did what he needed to do. He threw lots of punches, took care of business.
Ward is complaining, and he may have a little bit of a valid complaint. There was a low blow landed in that barrage of about 20 shots that were legal. He may have gotten hit one low blow that may have startled him a little bit, left himself open.
I agree with you, Mark. There could have been a low blow in there. He's a really short guy, and Williams was trying to go to his body and just went a little too low, I think.
Let's check the replay out here, Christy.
Here we go. He's loading up these punches.
Well, here's the first knockdown of the fight. There's the left and a hard right. There I thought the ref was going to jump in and score a knockdown, but then that left hook cleaned it up, and down went Ward. And here's the end, I believe.
Here you go. He's throwing a great combination of punches, mixing them up, head and body.
The referee,
I
think the ref was in the way of the potential low blow, but Devon Williams was all over Kendall Ward. I don't know if it would have mattered anyway.
The outcome wasn't going to be different.
Correct. I think here's the other side. Let's see if we can catch the punch that Ward was complaining about right there.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's when he dropped his hands. So that's what I saw. We saw that from that angle, that he dropped his hands and was thinking that the ref was going to stop it.
Christy, you be our judge here. Was that a low blow, you think?
Absolutely, it was a low blow.
Well, to get the official time of Devon Williams' first title belt win, let's throw up the ring announcer, Jeremiah Gallegos.
Ladies and gentlemen, here from Casino Miami Highline, our referee Michael De Jesus waves his contest to a halt. The official time, 1:04, round number 1, to the winner by TKO. And now crowned the new WBC Youth Intercontinental Super Lightweight Champion, the Fighting Pride of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and still undefeated, Devon Tap Williams.
That was a little bit more than a tap. That was kind of a few drum hits by Devon Williams as he goes to 4-0 with 4 knockouts.
He was absolutely loading up some really good punches, but he did just throw one. He would throw combinations, and that's always impressive, I think, for young fighters that are just busy and not looking for that one knockout shot when they have power like he does.
It's going to be exciting to see his future, because he's a very, very talented boxer to be, now 4-0. I was really impressed. And then, of course, with Ward, I actually came at him and was like, I think he was doing some good things at the beginning, and then he just got outmatched.
Yeah, Devon Williams, he's an impressive young fighter again, much like DePestri in our last fight. He's a young fighter, still just 21 years old. He's going to grow, and as Christy mentioned, under an extremely watchful eye of Kevin Cunningham. He's only going to get better.
He's 21 years old. He hasn't even grown into his man strength. So, I think he's at 140 now. He'll probably end up at 47, maybe even 54.
Yeah.
But it'll be a lot of fun watching him as he grows, as a man and as a fighter.
Him and his brothers should be pretty interesting to watch the Williams brothers develop into to bona fide contenders. As we see again the end of the fight here, and actually that's the first knockdown there. There's the left hook, and down went Ward. Very interesting. I'm trying to sneak some peeks over to some of the social media. First of all, we have a massive audience. Just keep continuing to build throughout the first couple fights. And, people, this is what's great about boxing in 2023. I see on some of the chats, some people thought it was a low blow. Some people thought it wasn't. But the one thing that everyone's agreeing, it probably would not have changed any outcome that would have come for Devon Williams.
No, the outcome was going to be a KO at some point. It was just how much punishment could he take?
Yeah, you can just still see some of the damage on Ward's face. I mean, he has a knot right there over his right eye. So, he definitely got beat up in the first round.
In 2 minutes, I think it was.
In 2 minutes, yeah. And he was bleeding out the mouth and nose.
So as we get ready for our third fight, be in a few minutes. In a couple minutes, we'll throw it back up to Bob and Carl. 2 terrific knockouts. On paper they went pretty much as expected, but it's when you're supposed to be something, that's what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. He was supposed to win. Kind of like Georgia was supposed to do today against Alabama.
I don't think that happened, though.
I don't think so either.
Well, let's get some more post-fight commentary. Let's throw back up to Mr. Bob Alexander.
All right, guys, thank you. Joined once again by legendary boxing manager Carl King. Well, we wanted to see what the young man was made of. And we did see some of that. You can't take anything away from him, but there was a tiny little bit of controversy because of the low blows Lower landed.
I happen to agree, Bob. It looked like Devon was well on his way to victory. He's a tall, rangier guy. He had the better skill set. But unfortunately, a couple of the body shots, they did call the one blow a low blow, but after that, it looked to me that he got hit with a couple of more shots below the waist. And that final one, when the fight was actually stopped, I thought came from a low blow, which kind of taints the victory somewhat. But I do believe Devon Williams was well on his way to victory nonetheless. But it just takes a little something away from the win.
Yeah, you can't take anything away from Kendall Ward either. He came out, he was aggressive, he wanted to go after his opponent and give it everything he's got. He wasn't quite good enough to win the fight, but he sure was fearless going in there.
Well, yeah, listen, he came. It wasn't because of lack of effort that he lost. He was swinging, and I thought he landed a couple shots early on into the fight with the winging left hooks, and I think it kind of, I want to say kind of woke Devon up a little earlier than he probably anticipated, and he had to get busy, seriously busy, and then the body attack, and most of which was good, but it was a couple of the kind of swayed a little south of the border.
And I don't know if there's a guy around that's never been hit down there before, but if you haven't for some reason, you don't know what it's like. You don't know the pain that it brings you, and to try and shake it off in just a couple of minutes is hard to do.
Well, by rules, they say you can have up to 5 minutes to recuperate. Most guys don't take 5 minutes. Even Kendall Ward didn't take 5 minutes for the first one, and I think the second and the last one definitely got by the referee. I thought he should have seen it. He was in position to see it, and apparently he didn't see it. And after that shot, the fight was over.
So congratulations to Devon Williams. He gets his 4th win, and he takes home his first belt, the WBC Youth Intercontinental Super Lightweight title. We'll look forward to seeing him again in the future. Now we set our sights on our next title fight. It's for the WBA NABA Middleweight Championship. You've got Alex Castro taking on Harry Cruz. Alex Castro earlier this year took on Ian Green right here at Miami High Life. It was one of the best fights we have seen probably in years. I mean, that was a slugfest.
It was a barn burner.
And Alex Castro, even though he lost the fight on a close decision, he picked up a lot of experience in that fight. Mm-hmm. Now we want to see, as a lot of people have been saying, let's see what he's got after that fight. Is he truly legit, or was that a one-time deal?
Well, that's what we're here tonight to see. And I believe, sometimes a guy, there's no real loser in a fight. And that fight with Ian Green several months back is one of those fights where Castro did come up short on the decision side of things. However, he was a winner in the fact that his awareness has been raised throughout the boxing community, and I think he learned a lot. And tonight we'll be able to see if he's actually put that into action.
And of course, his trainer, Danny Sanchez, a former great fighter, Florida Boxing Hall of Famer, he says when his boy fought against Ian Green last time that he had too much bad blood going into the ring, and he wanted him to tone it down. He says now he's learned to tone it down. What do you feel about that comment?
No, Alex was a bit anxious in the fight. When, if you recall, I think Ian Green sustained a cut early in the fight, I believe in the first round, if I'm not mistaken. And when Castro seen the blood, he went right after the guy, and I think expended more energy than Danny Santiago would like him to extend. And it might have, and I'm not sure of this, but it might have affected him down the line for the amount of energy that he expended in that early rounds trying to, it basically overreacted in that situation.
All right, well, we are set to find out what's going to happen between Alex Castro and Harry Cruz. Let's send it back down to ringside with Mark Abrams.
Thanks, Bob. And like they put it well, this is going to be a good test for Alexander Castro against Harry Cruz. Christy, Cruz believes he's going to win this fight.
I'm telling you, Cruz is he's a tough cookie for anybody to crack. And he's fought on one of my shows before. He's coming, I said to Castro's team, make sure you have your lunch. Make sure you're ready. This guy is he's not coming here for just the opportunity. He's coming here to win.
And kind of like Albert, I want to ask you about the letdown of the last fight with Green, that he lost a very close decision. Is he in danger of maybe even a hangover?
No, I think hopefully, I mean, what Carl was saying, hopefully he's going to learn from it. I mean, we will see in the first few rounds to see if he's a real deal or it was just that one-time wonder. But, yeah, hopefully he learned from it. And he even said, well, I mean, his trainer said that he expended too much energy. He was just like a shark in the water once he saw the blood.
Well, to get this WBA, NABA middleweight title started, let's throw up to ring announcer Jeremiah Gallegos.
And now, fight fans, we continue our championship action. This is our 10-round attraction for the vacant WBA NABA Gold Middleweight Championship. Introducing to you first, ready to make his ring walk, fighting and residing out of Jacksonville, Florida. Presenting to you the Dragonfly, Harry Keenan Cruz Cubano.
Comes Harry Cruz.
Harry Cruz is from the Jacksonville area, and he's sometimes sparring with some of the guys from my promotion. They give each other a lot of really good work, a lot of great rounds, and push each other as much as they can. So Cruz is in shape as always. I'm looking for a really great fight here tonight.
He's been in with a couple decent fighters. Troy Isley was a prospect. Quatavius Cash, Cade Howell has a win over Howell, who was 1-0 at the time. Very capable fighter is Harry Cruz.
He really is. I say his style isn't really pretty, but one thing about him, he's always in great condition, and he's going to go the rounds. He's going to be there in front of you and making you work.
Well, this police officer is going to try to lay down the law tonight against Alex Castro from Tallulah, Colombia.
Well, actually, we found out, Carl found out that he's not a police officer.
Oh.
He's a maintenance man.
They told us he was a police officer at first. And when I asked him, he goes, that's what they say.
Really? Well, he could be an officer tonight. Why not?
Let's throw up to Jeremiah Gallegos.
And his opponent from Tuluá, Colombia, presentando Alexander El Gran Castro.
Comes Alex Castro. Just to check out some of the comments on some of the social media. A lot of respect for Christy Martin. She's getting a lot of, as they like to say these days, you're getting your flowers in the comments.
I really appreciate that. My mother must have her phone out. I would like to say hello to her real quick. She's in the hospital back in West Virginia. I love you.
Take a look at the tail of the tape, Christy.
You know, this one is the tail of the tape is actually the first time it's really close, and that's going to show us this is going to be a very close fight. We're close in all categories.
Well, to get this title bout started, let's throw up to our ring announcer, Jeremiah Gallegos.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, live from People's Championship Boxing in Miami, Florida, USA. This championship attraction tonight is scheduled for 10 rounds for the vacant WBA NABA Gold Middleweight Championship. and it is presented by Hall of Famer promoter Mr. Don King of Don King Productions. Live and available now for free on our historic simulcast. This contest championship attraction sanctioned by the WBA, North American Boxing Association. The NABA president is Gary Shaw. NABA supervisor here with us tonight, Norioli Hill. The three judges scored this contest tonight at ringside are John Rupert, Michael Tate, Eliseo Rodriguez, and a referee in charge of the action, Michael De Jesus. And all fight fans, here we go. 10 rounds of action for our title attraction. Introducing to you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner, standing with trainer Michael Knight, assisted by Angel Castro, wearing green and black. He officially weighed in 158.8 pounds. And 11 professional contests, his record outstanding. 8 victories with 4 wins by way of knockout and only 3 defeats. He currently holds the ABF American West middleweight title, fighting and residing out of Jacksonville, Florida, by way of Puerto Rico, presentando the Dragonfly, Harry Keating Cruz Cubano. And across the ring tonight, fighting out of the red corner, standing with trainer Danny Santiago, wearing blue tonight. He officially weighed in 158.8 pounds. Tonight, he enters this attraction with an excellent record of 14 bouts, 13 victories, 11 wins by way of knockout, and only 1 blemish. Fighting out of Tuluá, Colombia, by way of Huapi, Colombia, presentando Alexander El Gran Castro.
The rules and coaching in the locker room and in the corner, you know what I expect. Ya dije todo en el locker room y en el rincón. Ya sabes lo que tiene. Toca bonde si quieres, si no, pata para el rincón.
Ten rounds for the WBA NABA middleweight title. Alex Castro, 13-1, 11 knockouts. He's in the blue. Harry Cruz, 8-3, 4 knockouts. He's in the bright yellow. Mark Abrams, Christy Martin, and Albert Hainsworth ringside here at the Casino Miami Highlight. Don King Productions, the People's Championship. Hope you're enjoying us wherever you're watching, all over the world on the many different platforms, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, DonKing.com, iTube247.com, Fight TV. Wow, did that all in one breath.
Okay, Castro loaded up a big left hook.
Castro misses with that left hook. What can we expect out of Castro, Christy?
You know, I think he's going to try to put on a little bit better performance than last month. He was a little slow getting started last month, and I think he's going to come out and try to show that the Ian Green fight wasn't a fluke.
Castro Cruz started as at 20 years old. He's now 28. He was an MMA fighter. He had eight amateur boxing fights.
And I was just going to say, you can kind of tell by the difference in the skills that he didn't have that big amateur boxing career like Castro did, but he has the toughness, both mentally and physically.
Castro had about 85 amateur fights in Colombia.
You know, like you said, Christy, Cruz, he has just an awkward style. It's, I don't know, like, is he trying to warm up or? I mean, the awkward style, he could land some punches, though.
As I said, his style is definitely not pretty, but he's going to be there and he's gonna make you fight.
Cruz told me he was always fighting in the streets, and that's what led him to the gym in Colombia. Like Carl said, in the fight against Green, as Cruz lands a left hook, A hard right hand to Cruz. Cruz has been stopped once. That was by Quatavius Cash, guy we saw on the Contender.
Castro's punches seem very heavy tonight. When they land, they're like a thud. We can hear it ringside.
We stopped Hector Bobadilla in round 3 on November 4th right here. Big left to the body and a right to the head from Castro. Hard left to the body and a right to the body.
Those were great body shots, and the toll will start to tell later in the fight if Cruz is able to make it to later rounds.
Good right hand. You can hear those body punches all the way on Collins Avenue.
Yeah, he's definitely loading up with those shots.
End of round 1 scheduled for 10.
To me, it looked like, I don't know, Cruz was a little surprised with the power of Castro. A few times he was blinking, like he got, he got caught with some good straight right hands and a few jabs. So, yeah, I think he's surprised. So it's going to be interesting to see how far this goes.
Well, the big body shots, as Albert said, Cruz definitely has like this very awkward style. He just walks in and punches.
Yeah, as I said, his style is not pretty, but he's a tough guy. But these shots by Castro are awfully heavy, and I'm not sure he is going to be able to stay in there for much longer.
How would you prepare for somebody like Cruz?
That's a great question, Albert. I'm not sure you do. You have to go out there and just focus on what you do well, and not so much about what your opponent's going to do well, or do, whether it's well or not.
Round 2 scheduled for 10. Alex Castro. Left. You see Cruz now turning southpaw. He's listed as a southpaw, came out fighting orthodox.
Yeah, maybe that was why.
Trying to befuddle Castro a little bit.
I think with the MMA guys, we often see that they switch a lot, right, left.
I think their feet might get tangled, but Castro's doing a great job of avoiding it, stepping kind of to the side of his punches.
The right hand from Castro. He thought that Cruz told me he thought Castro would come right at him as Castro throws a right hand and hits a lot of Cruz's gloves.
And, Castro could definitely be doing what Danny Santiago has asked him to do, to be more patient. Even when you're landing these big shots and possibly hurting your opponent, don't go so crazy like you did against Ian Green.
Yeah. In the Green fight, that's exactly what Castro told us. He was very emotional being the fight that it was, fighting for Don King. He got very emotional. He was a guy in Colombia, maybe never thought he would get to this point in America. He got here, he's very hyped up about it, and he kind of blew a lot of steam early. Good right hand from Castro.
Anytime these guys are getting an opportunity to fight on a Don King card, you're a little extra emotional. This is Don King. It's not like you're just fighting on Joe Blow's show in your hometown.
Yeah, and the trainer said that he was. They've stayed here a little while now, and so he's accustomed more to America. So he should come out patient, relaxed, and do his work.
Jab from Cruz falls a little short.
And Cruz is a tough guy to look good against. He's a tough guy to set things up because you really never know where he's going to be.
I don't think Cruz knows where he's going to be half the time. He's southpaw, right-handed as we end round 2.
I think that that round, Castro was probably a little off from it. You know, he didn't get the work like he did in the first round because of the coming out with a different, I guess, southpaw.
And sometimes that could take some time getting used to Christie.
Absolutely. I mean, there are some fighters that like to fight the southpaw, and there are some fighters like myself that absolutely wants to crawl the ring when I see you turn to southpaw. So it's all about what you prefer and your experience, if you have experience fighting southpaws or not.
2 rounds down, scheduled for 10.
Harry Cruz looks like, well, here we go again, you know, like, do I really want to go out there? But then he comes out throwing punches.
Round 3, Alex Castro in the blue, Harry Cruz in the yellow, the right from Castro. Castro misses with a big right hand.
And that's what I'm talking about. It's hard to time a guy like Harry Cruz because you don't really know. He doesn't end up where he's supposed to. He throws a punch and he's kind of falling off balance. So like, he's not in the middle. He's not where he's supposed to be.
Ever since Cruz turned southpaws, he lands a nice left hand. Good jab from Castro.
You can see Cruz kind of tighten up. He doesn't want any of those body shots.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to get caught in that corner. Yeah, just how he's like placing his punches.
Another hard left to the body from Castro, and another. You can see Castro wants to be awkward, kind of pick and poke, and Castro's loading up for one big shot. So we're halfway home, scheduled for in our 3rd round, scheduled for 10. Right hand from Cruz and a right hand from Castro, and another body shot.
Yeah, I think Castro is going to start keying on that body.
That's probably his best bet, is to put some body shots together.
Work the body and the head shall fall.
Absolutely.
There's another body
That
shot.
was a little low.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Castro just keeps walking forward through these shots. There's a left to the body again, right above us.
He definitely has found a home for that left hook to the body.
I'll tell you what, the Christy Martin scouting report, the first thing she told me when she saw the name Harry Cruz, this guy's a real tough guy.
I think he's tough. I think he's tough because he's awkward. And somebody can't just get a beat on him.
Well, he's taking some hard shots. He's taking them well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely.
He's tough. He's tough to prepare for, as you said, Albert. And then he's just tough, and he can take it.
It's a counter shot from Cruz. So close in on the end of round 3. Cruz is sneaking in some real flush shots in there. There's not so much behind it, but he's sneaking punches in there.
Yeah, he's like all arms when he's punching. It's definitely he's a tough, awkward guy that's taking, like, those body shots are hurt. I mean, they're gonna definitely wear him out. But he walks right through them, like you said.
He's going to feel those body shots for the next couple days, for sure.
Let's see some of these.
Nice straight right hand.
Yeah. Let's get right under.
body.
Yeah, right under his elbows and hitting it right in the liver, kidneys.
Round 4. Scheduled for 10. Alex Castro in the blue. Harry Cruz in the yellow. Cruz is coming off a second round stoppage over Jean Carlos on February 24th. That was in Cartagena, Colombia. There's a shot that drives Cruz into the ropes. Left to the body, just a little short from Castro.
And Cruz comes right back and throws, they're not hard punches, but he's throwing punches.
And another shot to the belt.
Thought I was a little low myself.
Castro really winding up on these shots.
Yeah, I think he wants to really kill the body. I mean, his winding up shots to the body, they're hard. And they have to be hurting Cruz. But he doesn't, honestly, he doesn't look like it's really bothering him that much.
There's another left hook to the body.
Oh,
There's a
that's
shot.
a low.
That was a little low.
Again. Again, because of the way that Cruz moves in there, he's actually hard to hit because he's not standing up. He's not where he's supposed to be. Again, as I keep saying, but he moves so awkwardly. It's hard to set up like a knockout punch.
Jab from Cruz, misses with the right over the top. Good left to the body again from Castro.
Yeah, he's starting to breathe out of his mouth too, so I could tell his body shots are.
Not for nothing, but Harry Cruz is at least going to wake up probably with some sore ribs tomorrow. There's a left to the side. Another left to the side from Castro. And you can tell what the game plan is. I mean, there's no. A big hard uppercut that snaps the neck of Harry Cruz back, but he's still standing right in the middle of the ring.
He gets hit with a hard shot, and then he just comes back with his own punches.
Left to the body again from Alex Castro. More body work from Castro. This might be one of those fights as we get into rounds 5, 6, 7 that Harry Cruz, I don't know how many shots they're going to let him take.
Mark, I was thinking the exact same thing. It's about time that the corner starts to take a little closer look at Harry Cruz and the punishment that he's taking.
You see some of the work done by Alex Castro done in round 4.
Nice step around. He's showing us a really good array of different punches. His arsenal is really good tonight.
There's that uppercut to the bottom of the jaw that really snapped Cruz back.
And he walked right through it.
His punches are, Castro's punches are really concise. They're like short and choppy. They have to be hurting. They're definitely hurting.
Yeah, he's breathing out of the mouth for sure, like last round. So.
Round number 5. Alex Castro in the blue, Harry Cruz in the yellow. Cruz trying to jump forward. Right hand just misses from Alex Castro.
Castro, his speed is good. His punches are nice. He's not looping anything. Everything's coming in straight. Landing on the target.
I could definitely see Castro being in good fights like he was with Green. Just needs the right dance partner. Cruz is doing what he needs to do, kind of this awkward style, moving away, moving side to side. He needs to do that to be competitive in this fight.
He has to make it an ugly fight. Castro is a very polished boxer, so in order to beat him, you really have to make it a dogfight.
And this is one of these learning experiences for Castro. Still just 27 years old, has had most of his fights in Colombia as he ate a left-handed, Alex Castro.
You can see Cruz really, I think he changed his style a lot, not to take body shots. As you notice, he's going to get in and out.
He's being more aggressive here in round 5. There's a slinging right hand from Castro. Castro misses with a left hook.
And that could be a little frustration starting to show with Castro. Missed the big left hook, fell over the ropes a little bit, and then as we see him stick out his tongue.
His last fight with Bobadilla, who he stopped in 3 rounds about a month ago, Bobadilla was right there, good right to the body again from Castro. Bobadilla was right there, and he wasn't awkward, so he was almost a sitting target was Bobadilla in that fight. Here comes Harry Cruz trying to push Castro back as he gets in a left hand.
You know, Cruz's strategy might have been to get Castro into the later rounds, and let's see if he's in shape.
There's another left from Harry Cruz.
They're like slapping lefts, like it seemed like, I mean, he got kind of heavy hands, but they're more like the slapping ones.
His punches definitely are not as short and precise as Castro.
End of round number 5. We're halfway home. Our WBA and ABA middleweight title fight. Alex Castro and Harry Cruz.
I think Cruz got a little break. You know, Castro didn't get to really work the body. I think I only saw about 2 body punches, I believe.
It definitely was. Maybe Castro was taking the round off, and he'll come out strong in the 6th round.
I must say we got some great looking ring girls. Need to bring some back to Nashville. Mark, you can do that, right?
Nashville being the home of Albert Hainsworth, the former 2-time All-Pro. The Tennessee Titans, as Harry Cruz comes running out of the corner at Alex Castro. Now he's back in the orthodox stance for the first time since the first round. I don't know if this is a mistake or not, but we'll soon find out.
He opened up with a pretty impressive jab, double jab and left hook to the body, but then he gets right back. You know, Castro's right back on the body shots.
He took a big right hand and he got right back to the southpaw stance, Christy.
Yeah, that's probably reminded him that that's the best way for him to stay right now.
He got banged around the first round a little bit. He went southpaw. Castro lands a right hand, but Cruz is trying to fight back.
Cruz caught him a couple times with the punches between Castro's punches.
Yeah, that's like his thing. Like once Castro throws, Cruz will just throw and it'll be like a looping, I don't know, looping punch or more like slap.
Like we said, Cruz has only been stopped 1 time in his 11 fights.
I can see why.
Not a fun guy to fight.
No, not at all.
Neither is Alex Castro, for that matter.
I would definitely agree with that.
Like honestly, I don't think Castro's really felt anything from Cruz's punches.
So right hand just misses from Castro. Second right misses again. Here comes Cruz just walking straight in.
I mean, he's catching Castro on the chin, you know, but it's no real power behind it. See, like again, that was like a little slapping punch.
Christy, although Castro's winning the fight, you know, the thing was about him being patient. That's what he was trying to do. Do you see that out of him tonight against this awkward style?
Well, it's so hard to fight guys like Harry Cruz, but I do think he's being patient up until this point. That may have been the game plan, but I think now we're in round 6. It's time to step on the gas. Let's see if we can get him out of here and make a statement that, hey, Cruz hasn't been stopped by many fighters, so let's be one of those that have stopped him.
There's a right
And these shots are heavy shots, Mark.
There's a left to the jaw that gets in. Cruz.
And then Cruz lands a little left hand of his own.
Cruz looks no worse for wear after eating all these big shots so far through 6 rounds.
Cruz is just like, this is just another day at the office. You know,
Yeah,
all these big shots I've taken, it's just what it is.
Yeah, he like throws that punch and is like walking away as he threw the punch as the bell went off. This is interesting.
See some of the action from round number 6. Cruz he just takes these shots, shakes them off, and keeps on coming.
I wonder if Castro, when he lands like that 2 and 3, if he just keep going back in and finish it instead of backing off, to kind of see what Cruz is going to do, just like we just saw with that replay. I think that's when hit him with a couple headshots, then go to the body.
Start for round 7, scheduled for 10. Alex Castro.
I mean, Christy, with a guy like Cruz, and to me, like, there's no punch I think that Castro has respected. Would you just go in and kind of like hunt him down, or is it just kind of too hard to hunt him down?
You know, I think at some point you step on the gas a little bit. You up the hunt, and see. Do you have the punching power to stop Harry Cruz? And as we said, he's only been stopped once. So can you join that group of people that have been able to stop him? He's a tough fighter to fight because he's so awkward and his punches are coming from all different crazy angles. His head's not where it's supposed to be when you're trying to hit it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the truth is, all these big shots, other than the body shots, he's slipping and sliding just enough that he doesn't get the full impact.
Right, yes, you're right.
Castro misses with a right hand. Cruz has been chasing Castro for the first minute or so of this round.
Yeah, that's what I wonder, like, why not Castro just stay in there? You know, and really just, you know, instead of moving around them, just go right at him, I think.
You know, maybe he's getting a little tired himself. Sometimes with guys like this, even though he knows his skills are superior, but this guy that shouldn't be in the ring with me is still here after round 7. So you start getting those little crazy doubts in your own mind.
Yeah, I can tell he's getting a little frustrated too.
This is where Castro has to keep his composure. And you see what Cruz is doing. He just keeps pushing him back, throwing punches. Left to the body from Castro. Here comes Cruz again, lands it left of his own.
And, you know, as you start to get tired, and I don't know if maybe Castro's getting tired, even though Cruz may not have great punching power, he maybe lands that perfect shot right on the chin and drops Castro.
I gotcha.
There's a left from Cruz. And another left from Cruz in between punches. Cruz just keeps moving his hands. Harry Cruz hanging around here in round number 7.
He's really pressing the action, even though Castro's throwing the bigger punches off the ropes.
He may have said, you know what, I've taken this guy's power. Let me see what I can do getting in the pocket. You think maybe that's what he's thinking in there?
Absolutely. He could be like, okay, I've worn him out. Now it's time for me to go to work.
Cruz is definitely breathing hard. And, you don't look like Castro is. Not as much, so.
We get ready for round 8.
One thing's for sure, Harry Cruz, he didn't make me out a liar. I told everybody that he was a tough guy and you better bring your lunch, and he's definitely showing us that.
Well, that's why we
Big
have
heart.
you here, Christy.
He saved me.
Yeah, he is definitely yeah. It's like secretly tough.
Because he definitely doesn't look like that, and the aura about him is just like such a meek guy that you would never think he has this kind of toughness.
Right.
We start round 8.
And maybe that awkwardness as far as switch right to left a lot is throwing a lot of boxers off.
Alex Castro and Harry Cruz. Castro probably has won, I think, 6 of the 7 rounds minimum, maybe all 7. But Harry Cruz's toughness, his awkwardness is causing some problems for Alex Castro.
He's just one of those guys that even though he may not have great punching power, he's always right in front of you, so you can never really relax. You have to be on guard at all times. You never know when he's going to unleash a punch and where's that punch going to come from.
Right, yeah, he's like the annoying gnat that you just can't get out of your face.
Well, if Albert's right, he's one of the toughest maintenance men I know.
Bringing this lunch bell.
He's telling Castro, you're not hurting me.
There's some shots to the head and body shots. Another left from Castro and a hard left. Here comes Alex Castro trying to open up on Harry Cruz. There's an uppercut and a right hand. Now on the rope.
Uppercut.
Cut over his right eye is Harry Cruz. Cruz trying to land some shots, but Castro trying to look for 1 or 2 shots to really hurt Cruz, but I don't think he can.
I definitely think he hurt Cruz, and I think Castro ran out a little gas.
Body shot from Castro. And a hard right hand. Cruz keeps punching back, and he's standing his ground in the middle of the ring.
That's a low blow.
Low blow again. He is. He's like the Energizer Bunny, right? He just keeps coming and coming.
And now he's trying to push Castro back to the ropes. A good counter right hand to the jaw from Castro.
Yeah, that hurt Castro.
Cruz is going to go down. He's going to go down swinging.
There's no doubt about that.
Right hand from Castro again. We come to the end of round 8. Alex Castro opens up a cut and he hurts Harry Cruz.
Well, one thing's for sure. I think if we were getting paid on toughness tonight, Cruz is getting the biggest paycheck of everybody.
It's ironic though. Cruz threw the last couple punches of the round.
Yeah, I think that flurry when he cut Cruz, he got gassed, and I think Cruz was ready to go, and after he was ready to go, but he just ran out of gas to finish it.
He mixes up his punches well, Castro. He's up, down, uppercuts, right hands over the top, left hooks to the body. And he's able to land all different assortment of punches.
There you see Castro wobbled Cruz momentarily. Round 9 scheduled for 10. Alex Castro and Harry Cruz. Locked up in an interesting fight. Like I said, Castro has to be way ahead as the blood's starting to trickle down the right side of Harry Cruz's face again.
And you know that I think it was a hook that was right here in front of us. I mean, it knocked some blood out of out of Cruz's mouth.
You know, at this point, Castro's hit him with really everything he could possibly throw. He may be well served just to sit back and jab and put the victory in the win column.
I think a guy like Castro, just by what we've talked about him, he's still gunning for this knockout, or at least trying to hurt Castro, pretty bad.
You're saying Castro is?
Castro trying to hurt Cruz pretty bad. Good
nice
straight
right hand.
Good straight right hand again from Alex Castro.
You got to be honest. I don't think he can knock him out with one shot. Like the way this guy is, and what he's taken. I don't see a one shot really putting him to the ground.
Albert, did you ever go up against a football player where you're dominating him, but for whatever reason he just won't go away?
Oh, absolutely. I had a few like that. Some in practice, and which was good because I got my stamina up.
Cruz giving a little attitude.
That's why I said this is a good learning fight for Alex Castro, because he's dealing with an awkward style. Gotten hit a few times, not too hard, but he's dealing with this. And, at some point in his career, he may have to deal with similar situations going forward.
And he's getting another 10 rounds in his belt, under his belt.
Another body shot from Alex Castro.
I mean, it's his shots that just knock Cruz's head back, snaps it back, and he just keeps coming.
Good body shot again from Alex Castro.
So does this tell us how tough Cruz is, or does this tell us that Castro maybe doesn't have elite level punching power?
Yeah. That's the question.
I mean, he's landed very clean shots.
I mean, you hear it, you hear the power. I mean, I just say, hey, Cruz is probably one of the toughest guys I've ever seen.
If I would have told you in round 2 or 3 we're going to be going into the 10th round, would you believe me?
Absolutely not.
No, I don't think so. With a little Ali shuffle from Cruz.
Yeah.
I mean, he really actually right there, he looked like he's just having fun.
Yeah, taking a beating. He's basically saying, hey, you can't hurt me.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 10th and final round.
10th and final round of our WBA NABA Middleweight Championship.
And now you can see Castro, his mouth is open. I haven't noticed that.
Both these guys, I'm sure, see the finish line. Good right hand from Alex Castro. And another right to the top of the head. Left hook, but here comes Cruz.
Cruz is trying to keep pushing him back. But even as he comes forward, Castro's laying those big bombs.
This Harry Cruz, he's one tough cookie in there. Tough, awkward, southpaw, takes shots. It's one of these things where Castro's going to win the fight, but Cruz gained a lot in this fight, you know, from me and all the fans watching around the world. Oh, good hard right hand, and Cruz just keeps on coming.
If you walk through a right hand like that,
And
I'm not sure what you're made of.
And something else that I just thought of. Has Cruz held once during this fight?
No.
I don't think he knows
Oh,
how.
a big left again from Castro. He's taken so many big shots and doesn't hold, keeps coming, stands his ground in the middle of the ring.
And really continues to push the action.
Still going at it right above us here at the Casino Miami. Oh, good shot underneath, another left to the body.
Wow.
More body work from Alex Castro. He'll try to end it the same way he started it with the body work. More body shots with the left hand. Good right to the head.
It's like Cruz just loves this. He taunts him, and he gets to beat him, and keeps coming.
Step back right hand just misses from Alex Castro.
I mean, I think Cruz's like game plan is just to wear him out. I mean, that's what it looks like. He just keeps coming. Have you seen the fights you've watched Cruz? Has he won them?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, yes. On my show, I brought him in as the B side, if you want to call A and B, and he did the upset. So he actually won.
And like how did he win?
This is how he wins. He overwhelms people. And that was a 4-round fight, so he's just awkward, and he threw so many punches, and he stayed right on top of the guy.
Well, Alex Castro and Harry Cruz go the 10-round distance.
Yeah, I mean,
so Alexander Castro looks to go to 14-1, but he earned it tonight.
Absolutely, he did. He had to work. Really, he worked every second of every round.
And Harry Cruz looks almost the same as he came into the ring, despite taking probably about 250 shots over 10 rounds.
yeah, I wonder how his body's going to feel, though. That's my question. I mean, that one shot, I think it was probably the hardest shot was that, was that right where it like literally knocked spit onto our bell guy. Like, I mean, that was a good 6-7 feet away. So.
Make this for a little bit of perspective, Albert. You would play in a game, 70 plays, you have 300-pound men falling on you for 3 hours. I mean, what do you feel like on Monday morning?
Well, I never had anybody falling on me. I was just knocking them around.
Okay.
But he felt horrible. I mean, like sore everywhere, can't really move. Sometimes like you got injuries you didn't even know, and where you could be out the next week.
So you actually gonna feel what Harry Castro probably be going through tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's equivalent to a major car accident. An NFL game's like a major car accident.
Well, to get the decision and the scores, let's throw up to ring announcer Jeremiah Gallegos.
Ladies and gentlemen, here from Casino Miami Highlight, how about a huge round of applause for both of these warriors here in the ring at the huge war between Puerto Rico and Colombia. And now we go to the judges' scorecards. Here are the totals. Judge Eliseo Rodriguez scores his contest 99-91. Judges John Rupert and Michael Tate both have the same score, 98-92, to the winner by unanimous decision, and now crowned the new WBA and ABA Gold Middleweight Champion, El Orgullo de Tulua, Colombia, Alexander El Gran Castro!
There you have it. Alexander Castro goes to 14-1, scores 99-91 and 98-92 twice. Glad that Cruz was able to get a couple rounds on the judges' scorecards.
Absolutely. I mean, he did actually deserve to get a couple rounds, and it shows that he was in the fight. He was trying to press the action. He was punching, but he absorbed so much punishment. Big shots, both to the head and to the body.
So there you have it. Good performance from Alex Castro. Goes to 14-1. Albert, you want to put a capper on this one?
Great tough fight. I think Castro answers some questions. His toughness, his patience. I think he has a bright future.
There you have it. So Alex Castro is the 14-1. He's the WBA and ABA middleweight champion. So to get their thoughts on the fight, let's throw up to Bob Alexander and Carl King.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Joined once again by Carl King. Carl, Alex Castro, a unanimous decision. He gets his first belt, but he goes the distance. What were your impressions of Alex tonight?
Well, you know what? I think he learned a lot tonight. And I must say, Christy Martin was spot on with her analysis. She said when you're fighting Harry Cruz, pack a lunch, and he has a very awkward style. And that all proved to be the case tonight. But I think Alex needs to – he had an opportunity, I thought, during the course of the fight to actually stop Harry. But he stopped going to the body in the early part of round 3 or 4, but I thought he had him really frustrated with the body shots and hurt with the body shots, and he got away from that for a while, and he went to head hunting. So I think as he gets back into training in the gym, he'll work on those things. I think he'll take a look at the film and be able to correct some of the fundamental mistakes that he made tonight. Other than that, it's good that he got a guy in with a style like Cruz, awkward, and, so that it's just another notch on his belt experience-wise.
You told me during the fight that a guy like Cruz is the kind of guy that you love to bring into a fighter's camp for weeks at a time because he can teach you so much because he's awkward, he's hard to hit, and quite frankly, he gets frustrating to spar or box, I would say.
Right, exactly, and he's tough. He got hit with some solid shots and probably some of those shots probably would have taken out and have taken out some previous opponents, and they might have taken out some guys in the future. But when you got a guy that's tough, awkward, and determined, you have to be able to deal with that kind of situation because not everybody you hit is going to fall. So you have to learn that as well as a fighter, and I think he learned a lot tonight.
And of course, the jury is still out a little bit on Alex Castro.
I think so.
I think a lot of folks were expecting to see a big knockout, a little bit more of an impressive performance. He got the job done. He did what he had to do, but not quite as spectacular as I think a lot of folks thought.
I agree, and I think more importantly, I think Castro thought he was going to get out of here early tonight, and and that seems to be the case. He went head hunting, throwing more wider shots, looping right hands, and I think it would have been a little more effective had he been throwing straighter shots, straight right hand down the pipe. He was a bit out of balance, out of position rather, fighting when Harry was fighting in the southpaw stance. So those kind of things he'll work on, and I believe he'll improve, and he has a very, very bright future in my opinion.
I would agree. Now we move on to Lawrence Newton's going to be taking on Eric Cruz. I know you're excited about this fight because Lawrence Newton is from your hometown right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Boynton Beach. I'm anxious to see him. He's got an extensive amateur background, and he's a hell of a nice guy. So I'm actually pulling for him, and maybe I shouldn't, but yes, I am. And go Boynton Beach tonight. Lawrence Newton, I want to see what you got and represent us proudly.
Well, Eric Ruiz is no gimme. I mean, he's got a pretty good record. He's got 7 knockouts in his 17 fights, so he can punch a bit. He may get tested, Mr. Newton, tonight.
Well, that's what it's all about, you know what I mean? And we'll see if Newton can do what he says he can do. From what I understand, he is an extremely talented fighter. He has a great skill set. He's a smart fighter, and he has good power. So I'm wondering, you know, I've never seen him fight. I'm really looking forward to this one, and hopefully this guy will prove to be what he told me he's going to be.
Sounds great. Let's get ready for our next bout. We're going to send it back down to Mark Abrams at ringside.
Mark Abrams back with Christy Martin. I think Carl's going to be joining us in a minute. We got Lawrence Newton coming up as the guy set up top, taking on Eric Ruiz. Eric Ruiz is a guy took the fight on a couple days' notice, but he's got an iron chin. He's fought a lot of good-name fighters, and he's 17-8-1, but he's never been stopped.
He's never been stopped, Mark, but I'm looking, and he's been out of the ring for about 5 years. So, is that going to play a toll? Has he's been away and maybe getting hit? It sounds a little crazy, but your body actually has to get conditioned to absorbing the punishment, the punches both to the body and to your head.
So we will prepare for this fight now. This will be a bantamweight bout scheduled for 6 rounds between Newton and Ruiz, and I think we're ready to bring the fighters in the ring. Let's throw up to our ring announcer, Jeremiah Gallegos.
And all fight fans, here we go for our next feature attraction. And it's scheduled for 6 rounds in the bantamweight division. We introduce to you first, ready to make his way inside the ring from Oxnard, California. Here is Eric Ruiz.
Eric Ruiz out of Oxnard, California.
He's 17-8-1, been out of the ring for a while, but before his layoff, he was in with mostly all undefeated fighters. So he has been in there with real competition. I'm not sure that Newton's going to bring anything that he hasn't seen before. It is just, is he ready for it?
World champions Jesse Magdaleno, Daniel Roman, Horacio Garcia, Rico Ramos was a world champion, Diego De La Hoya, Angelo Leo. So he's been in with about 5 world champions.
And even losing to those champions, you gain so much knowledge.
Let's throw back up to Jeremiah Gallegos to bring in Lawrence Newton.
Okay.
And his opponent here tonight enters the ring undefeated, hailing from Boynton Beach, Florida. Introducing the undefeated PT Lawrence Big Time Newton.
Waiting on Lawrence Newton.
Newton, I thought, was pulling out Michael Spinks on us. Make us wait.
Anxious to see this guy,
Your neighbor.
Yeah, Boynton Beach, man, make me proud tonight. Although I should be very neutral here. It's kind of tough.
It is. And,
I'm surprised. I just wanted to see.
Christy Martin, quickly take us behind the numbers.
Another good fight is what we hope to see. The age, we see Newton's a little younger, a lot taller. The weight, the record, undefeated. So we're going to see. Is this going to be the first test of his young career?
Let's throw up to the dapper Jeremiah Gallegos.
And all fight fans, we resume the action here from inside Casino Miami Highline in Miami, Florida, USA. This feature is scheduled for 6 rounds in the bantamweight division. It is brought to you the courtesy of Mr. Don King of Don King Productions. Your 3 judges at ringside are for this contest: Franklin Mejias, Daniel Fitzgerald, Gloria Martinez Rizzo, and our referee in charge of the action at the sound of the bell, Samuel Burgos. And now, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We introduce you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner, standing with trainer Eduardo Rodriguez, wearing green with silver trim. He officially weighed in 121.6 pounds in 26 professional contests. His record consists of 17 victories, 7 wins by way of knockout, 8 defeats with 1 draw. He hails from Oxnard, California, USA. Introducing to you, Eric Ruiz. And across the ring stands his opponent tonight, fighting out of the red corner, standing with trainer Kevin Cunningham, tonight wearing gold, green, and leopard print. He officially weighed in 121.8 pounds. Tonight he enters his attraction perfect. 15 bouts, 15 victories, 7 wins by way of knockout, no defeats. He currently is a champion holding the NABA Bantamweight title. Ladies and gentlemen, fighting out of Boynton Beach, Florida, the undefeated BT Lawrence Big Time Newton.
All right, gentlemen, get the instructions in the back. Obey my command. Protect yourself at all times. Right here is good. Right here is good. Touch him if you like. Come out of the belt.
6-round bantamweight bout. Lawrence Newton, 15-0, 7 knockouts. He's in the light green with, I guess, some sequin cheetah print, I guess you could call that. Eric Ruiz, 17-8, 7 knockouts. He's in the, I'll call it, the Philadelphia Eagle green trunks.
Okay.
The best team in the National Football League, by the way. As we are ready for our 6-round bantamweight bout. Mark Abrams joined by Christy Martin and Carl King gracing us with his presence at ringside. Carl?
Thank you, man. It's good to be anxious to see this one.
And as we now know the Boynton Beach resident, Carl King.
Yeah, man. This is the first time in my entire career that I met a boxer from Boynton Beach.
Good right from Ruiz to the body. Ruiz is a tough kid. Like we said, he's been in with 5 world champions. He's never been stopped.
It's going to be a tall order for Newton, but it'll also be an opportunity for him to make a real statement that, hey, you know, I'm ready to make a dent in this weight class, and I want to put one of those big belts around my waist.
Newton's been out of the ring for almost 2 years. January 8, 2022, he won a 10-round unanimous decision over Mario Hernandez, and he tore his rotator cuff.
I think he had to have that repaired, surgically repaired. He's been out for a while, but he has Kevin Cunningham, and I see Stacy McKinley over there in the corner.
You know what? I think if he can take a couple rounds and knock the rust off, but he had a ton of amateur fights, a lot of amateur fights. And that could prove to be beneficial for him tonight.
Yeah, he told us about 300 amateur fights.
Yeah, that's quite a few.
And you know he's been getting great work in the gym, and Kevin's been pushing him to make sure that shoulder's ready to go again.
Well, Kevin did tell me he's extremely talented. He's got a wonderful skill set. So he's showing some good boxing skills as we see right now.
And Newton told us he's very motivated by that gym. You know, and his gym mates, that being Adrian Broner, Bang Williams, Devon Williams, who we saw earlier, Erickson Lubin in that gym as well.
He's showing, I mean, he has really good hand speed, patience, mixing up his punches with nice combinations.
Well, he told me he fought Teofimo Lopez about 20 times as an amateur. So, and according to him, he won more than 15 of them. So, I'm going what he says. So that's pretty good.
Absolutely. They're both Florida guys, so I'm sure they saw each other many times.
I'll have to get the story from Teofimo. We got to get his side. It's a political season, so we got to get equal time here.
Okay.
Right from Ruiz misses. End of round 1, scheduled for 6. Bantamweights. Lawrence Newton, Eric Ruiz.
Settle in here. We're gonna have a really good little test here for 6 rounds.
Yeah,
Lawrence Newton's not a big puncher. He throws a lot of really sharp combinations, and this kid hasn't been stopped any.
No, it looks. Newton just showing me a few of those, like some boxing skills, and he seems to be really. I think that's his forte.
Absolutely sharp. He's throwing really crisp left hook, right hands.
But these guys also need to be tested as well. You know what I mean? Every fight's not easy, as you can see in here in the replay. He's utilizing his superior hand speed. But now, as the fight goes on, let's see what develops in this.
Are we going to see something start to come back?
Yeah. That's right.
Round 2. Lawrence Newton and Eric Ruiz. Check in from time to time in between fights. Big audience all throughout the social media platforms, Don King Productions social media. People enjoying the coverage tonight of the People's Championship.
Ruiz is from Oxnard, and you got to wonder if, where Robert Garcia's camp.
I would imagine he's been in that gym at least a handful of times.
And if he worked in that gym, he's got some really good work out there.
I know he fought a lot on those Thompson boxing shows out in California. I mean, that's one of the best breeding grounds of fighters, the past 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
That was definitely like the minor leagues of boxing, getting everybody ready for the Don Kings of the world.
Go Alex.
We love Alex.
Yeah, I do too, man.
Good left hook
nice
from
left hook.
Ruiz. Good right again, and he hurt Newton. Newton got rocked by that right hand. Ruiz going after Newton now. A left hook from Ruiz and a right hand. Right again from Ruiz. Newton seems to have his legs back a little bit. Uppercut from Ruiz, now driving Newton back to the ropes again.
Newton landed a good right hand, though, as he was going backwards.
This is a tough test coming off a 2-year layoff, right?
Hard left from Ruiz. Both guys have been out of the ring for a while, Carl.
Yeah, well, that's...
Eric's been out for 5 years.
5
and
years.
Newton's been out for 2. Right?
Tough.
It's tough to come back against other guys at this level.
But look, 5 years. I remember Ali was out for 3.5, and he was never the same. So, that's tough, tall order.
Nice left hook to the body for Ruiz. Newton trying to flick the jab out. Escapes a right hand, left hook misses from Ruiz. Bit of a punch-turning fight here in round 2. Comes Newton back with the jab and a right to the body.
Well, when that kind of punch is landed, then it leaves you for the rest of the fight always waiting. Oh, wow, there's always that puncher's chance.
That's
he
right.
might land one more like that.
We close round 2. Lawrence Newton in a bit of trouble. He got rocked by a big left hook. So our great production team will give us the replay. Right on cue. So what do you guys see here?
Boom, straight right hand.
Actually, it was a right hand. That could have been ruled a knockdown. Did his gloves actually touch the canvas?
I thought they did. He may have gotten away with a knockdown there.
I don't know if they can cue that up again real quick, but I thought his glove may have hit the canvas. Good left hook again from Ruiz.
That would be all it takes. Is the glove touch.
That's it.
Well, if they did, he got away with that one. That's actually a point.
Exactly. If this fight, this fight's only 6 rounds,
Right.
so all the, points are magnified, in the shorter rounds, shorter distance, with the rounds. If you were going 8, 10, 12 rounds, you might be able to make it up a little bit easier. Not as easy in a 6-round fight.
Yeah, absolutely. A round can make all the difference in the world.
You can kind of see Ruiz is trying to set that right hand up again.
Well, it worked before, so I don't blame him.
Broke, what was that?
If it
It
ain't
ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's it.
Christy, let me ask you this. You say he's trying to set him up again for that right hand. Can a fighter focus too much on, the one thing that he just accomplished and maybe lose track of other things he needs to do in the ring?
Absolutely, but what I see is that he's waiting for this jab to come out, and as you can see, Newton throws a really good jab, but he brings it back low before he brings it back to his chin. He's just trying to time that right hand to come right back over the jab.
Newton lands a nice right and a nice jab to the body. Newton seems to be okay here in round 3.
It looks like, maybe he just needed that little wake-up call. That was it.
There it is again, the right hand, and a left
hook this time.
You
got to watch that right hand.
Absolutely.
So Ruiz gets in a good right hand again, and a decent left hook. Back to the jab for Lawrence Newton. Jab to the body.
And for the guy to be out 5 years, this guy is in incredible shape and seems to be a tough guy.
And I think he took the fight on short notice, so maybe he was in the gym training for another fight, and then this opportunity presented itself. But if you're a fighter, you're a fighter. You stay ready at all times.
And he's still around the same weights he was fighting in, we'll call it his first career.
Well, that's what a fighter should do, is stay ready.
Absolutely. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready, right?
And exactly. But not all fighters follow that rule.
But, especially the smaller guys, you're trying to stay around 118, 120, whatever those smaller weights are. That's pretty impressive to not fight for 5 years and still kind of hang around where you were 5 years ago.
And his body looks very good, so it doesn't, he was doing something.
Body shots from Lawrence Newton. Ruiz kind of acknowledges and nods at Newton. Left hook, and Newton lands a nice jab going backwards. He misses the right, ducks under the left hook.
I think they both have a little respect for each other because each one landed a punch, each one shook their head like, no, you didn't hurt me. And usually when you shake your head and say, no, it didn't hurt me, I felt it.
Yeah, exactly. That's typical.
Very close round there. Newton probably did more work in it, but Ruiz landed a couple decent shots in the middle. But I think at least a pretty good bounce back round for Newton that I think he's pretty much all the way back here as we go into round 4.
I think things are beginning to warm up a bit for both guys.
And everyone on social media chiming in on this fight.
This is a really good competitive bout with both guys having very close to equal skills.
Now, this is a really good match. And it's about to get better.
I think the second half of the fight will be interesting.
Round 4 scheduled for 6. Carl, did you ever dream of the day where this fight be beamed around the world. People are commenting on the computers and everything in real time.
You know, it's amazing that the advancements of modern technology, it is incredible.
Some of the great shows, legendary shows, Don King Productions. You imagine the internet was around in those days?
Oh, and you wonder what's next. AI and the artificial guy fighting and winning, I don't know. Maybe we'll bring Ali or Sugar Ray Robinson back. Who knows?
Carl can manage him.
Absolutely. I'll take that.
There you go.
Imagine fighting with a robot over a purse.
Seems I've done that before.
Round 4, Eric Ruiz and Lawrence Newton.
Yeah, these guys are, it's like a chess match. You know, who's going to make a fatal mistake first?
Jab from Newton landed a moment ago.
Newton's been very busy, staying busy, kind of up on his toes, and seems like he has a little more energy, a little more life.
Yeah, he's definitely working the jab, going backwards. Ruiz trying to make something happen on the inside. He misses with the right hand. A little right sneaks in. Good jab from Newton.
Yeah, I don't think Newton wants to get hit with that right hand too often. That's been his Achilles heel tonight. Oh, nice.
Good right hand. Lawrence Newton now starting to step on the gas here in round 4. Lands an uppercut. Good right from Ruiz again. Good action here in round 4.
Well, they don't mind putting their neck in the fire. You know, they don't mind putting it out there.
Two veterans in the ring plying their trade. Good snapping shot again from the...
Newton seems a little relaxed, a little confident, a lot confident. Like he thinks he knows something that Ruiz doesn't know.
And that's when you got to be careful. Because that's when that right hand can slip in and turn the tide.
Yeah, Ruiz trying to stalk him when gets in a little left hand. Misses with the right. Eric Ruiz trying to apply the pressures. We're done round 4, scheduled for 6.
Well, this is by far the best action of the night.
For sure.
Very competitive fight. Especially, we knew Ruiz came in on pretty short notice.
Can you imagine if a guy like that 6 to 8 weeks? He looks to be a tough so-and-so, I tell you that.
Even though we're on the internet, there's some words we still can't say.
I got you. You know, I'm prone to slip. No, I'm just teasing.
You can see Newton definitely has his confidence rolling now. He's feeling comfortable, as you said, shaking off the rust.
Right.
Now we've been in 4 or 5 rounds, coming up to 5. Yeah,
Starting to feel it a little
I
bit.
think he's feeling it. I just hope he doesn't feel that right hand.
Yeah, after that one and the big punch he got hit earlier with. You don't want that one.
Round 5 scheduled for 6.
Looks like Ruiz is determined to get him with that right hand again. He's stepping up the pressure here.
Newton takes a little jog around the ring to get back into his fighting stance. Newton flashing the jab, right hand from Ruiz.
Nice check hook off of that right hand.
Ruiz trying to sneak that right in again. Left to the body from Eric Ruiz.
The right hand has been his most effective punch, but can't get away from the left hook either, because he does have a good left hook.
He does, so you can't just focus on one. You have
Right.
to be aware of both.
The left again. Uppercut on the inside from Ruiz. Good, again, another good learning experience. A few of these fights we've had, especially last fight with Castro and Cruz, good learning experience.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a good learning experience for the undefeated Newton. Maybe it's a little too close for comfort for him.
These are the kind of fights I'm sure that Kevin Cunningham wants to see him in, really, so they can go back to the gym, know what they need to work on. One of those things would be bringing that left hand back to your chin after throwing a jab. But, you know, giving a feint before you throw a jab. Just the little things that I'm sure he's been doing. He's been out a long time.
Yeah. And it'll come back as he gets, you know, more active and finds that rhythm.
We've seen such a drastic change already from rounds 1 and 2 to where, you know, here we are at 5, and you can just see he's just relaxed. His body's relaxed. His mind is, much more fluid out there.
And he's aware of what's in front of him now.
He is.
Oh, nice shot. That's the shot you got to stay away from, if you can.
Trading jabs. Newton feels he's about 2 or 3 fights away from a big opportunity, but he's in with all he can handle now with Eric Ruiz.
If you have to critique Newton, I would say his left hand, he keeps his left hand too low. As the one thing, he keeps it down at his waist.
And so many of these young fighters do that, Floyd Mayweather style. And you know, I don't know what happened to the old school guys. Keep your hands up, tip of the hat. Remember all that? You know.
They all think they can do it.
Floyd ruined a lot of fighters that he didn't even get in the ring with. Same as Ali did with the rope-a-dope. That just ruined a lot of fighters, thought they could lay on the ropes. But these guys got to learn the fundamentals.
Saw some of the action of round number 5. Still got 3 big title fights to go. Next up, we'll have Antonio Perez take on Liddell Haskell Rhodes.
Here we go. I think we'll see fireworks in this last round.
Here we go.
6th and final round between Lawrence Newton in the light green cheetah print, Eric Ruiz in the dark green. Good right hand from Newton.
Hey, this Ruiz seems like he's not going anywhere. He's a tough guy.
No, he's never been stopped in 26 professional fights.
You know, because he's been out of the ring for so long, he could have held up a little bit. Going to let it all hang out. This is the last round.
Right.
This I know is my final 3 minutes. My last chance to win. I'm going to go out there and give it all.
Let the fireworks begin.
Yep.
He just missed the right hand, did Ruiz. Uppercut on the inside from Ruiz. Ruiz trying to make this a junkyard fight here in round 6. Oh, a left hook from Ruiz. A little left to the side of the head from Newton.
Newton has some really good hand speed. His jab is really quick, and then he throws a combination, bam, bam, bam. He's got no hesitation.
Yeah.
He looks like an athlete. He moves like an athlete. So many times we see boxers come in there that are just a little bit robotic.
Right.
But
right.
he moves real smooth.
Nice jab from Newton again. Body shot from Newton. Left hook from Ruiz. Both guys go net. Good right hand from Ruiz. Final minute of the 6th and final round. Good body shot again from Ruiz. Close in on 30 seconds to go.
This is a good fight.
Very good fight.
Good fight. Nice right hand.
Good right hand from Newton. Left hook misses from Ruiz. Right from Ruiz.
This Newton has great reflexes.
6th and final round.
That was good. That was good.
It's in the
That was a
books.
very entertaining fight.
Yes,
Entertaining,
indeed.
competitive. Good work by both Eric Ruiz and Lawrence Newton.
No question about the winner, but yet it was very competitive and kept you, paying close attention all night.
They had you on edge,
Hey,
after
that one right hand, they're like, uh-oh, it might come again.
That's it. And I was waiting on it too. Listen, this Ruiz made a really good showing for herself. 5 years out of the ring, that's not easy. I don't think Newton wants to see many guys they don't want to see this kind of action all the time.
You have to be ready for this kind of guy. Don't just don't sleep on him. That's for sure.
No, you can't.
Don't take it for granted.
So Lawrence Newton will look to put win number 16.
Yeah, and Eric Ruiz still hasn't been stopped. And the way it looks, I don't think he'll ever be stopped.
He's tough as nails. Our man Jeremiah Gallegos has the decision and the numbers. So let's throw it to Jeremiah. Give us the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for both of these warriors here inside the ring as we go the distance of 6 rounds. And now, fight fans, we go to our judges' scorecards. Here are the totals. Judge Gloria Martinez Russo scores this contest 59-55. Judges Daniel Fitzgerald and Franklin Mejias have this contest 58-56 to the winner by unanimous decision. He is still undefeated, the fighting pride of Boynton Beach, Florida, P.T. Lawrence Big Time Newton.
Lawrence Newton goes to 16-0. Eric Ruiz put up a great effort. Got 2 rounds on 2 judges' scorecards. Falls to 17-9-1. Carl, what are your final thoughts on the fight?
I thought it was the best fight so far tonight. And I think, Newton displayed great boxing skills. And without that, I think he would have been in big, big trouble tonight. And Eric Ruiz, on the other hand, he constantly came forward throwing punches, and he did a very good accounting of himself. So I thought it was a fantastic match.
Christy put a quick capper on it.
Yeah, I think Ruiz is definitely, he showed us tonight that he's one of those guys you don't want to get in there and just mix it up with. You have to have skills like Newton had and display that quick hand speed, great hand speed, good combinations.
Well,
Good movement.
Newton taking pictures with his 2 young kids in there. Let's throw up to Mr. Bob Alexander, him and Albert, see what they have to say about the fight.
All right, thanks, guys. Rejoined by Albert Hainsworth, and we just got done watching a 6-round bout. I tell you, Lawrence Newton won the fight, but he had his moments where he had a little bit of trouble with the veteran Eric Ruiz.
Yeah, Ruiz was extremely tough. I don't think he was really hurt by any of Newton's punches at all. And then, honestly, I think it was a little bit closer than what it was because, to me, Newton's gloves touched the ground, which should have been
Could have been a 10-8 round.
Yeah, definitely.
But he gets the win, and that's most important for him. And in a situation like this, you go the distance, you get tested a bit. He may have benefited more by going the distance with this guy, and he probably learned a lot more than he has in a lot of his other fights.
I think he did. I think he faced a guy that he probably felt like he couldn't knock out, so he was just going to point him. I mean, that's kind of what it looked like to me. His hands, like what we were talking about earlier, he got super fast hands, and he can score a lot of points. I like not so much showboating. Just go ahead and point him up and keep touching him instead of all the dancing. But he is young, and I know he's just having fun out there. So, but that's what I'd like to see, just a little bit more serious in the ring.
Yeah, I think he was trying to put on a show in front of his hometown fans and try and get his opponent a little bit more psyched out. But Ruiz wasn't going for any of that stuff.
Yeah, actually, he seemed like he was kind of mad about it. One round that he was looking at him as the ring ended, and he kept looking at him as Newton was dancing around, kind of going back to his corner. I don't think Ruiz liked that, so he tried to put on this show.
So unanimous decision win for Lawrence Newton. He remains undefeated. He's now 16-0 with 7 knockouts. So now we get ready to move on to our next title bout. It's going to be for the WBC International Lightweight Championship. It's a vacant title. Antonio Perez is an undefeated young man who comes all the way from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. He's going to be taking on the veteran Haskell Rhodes. Now, I'm sure Perez at 8-0 is going to be, the favorite going into this fight, but you never know with a guy like Rhodes. He could come in and surprise you. There are those nights where, the underdog can put his things together and really put on a good performance. We could see that tonight.
Yeah, remember I was talking about it earlier that Rhodes, he has a 29-5 record, but some of his losses were to two former world champions, and also he's only had a week or two to take those fights. So this guy's a lot tougher than what his 5 losses look like. So I think for him it'll be a good showing. And Perez, we didn't get to talk to him much, so we get to see what he's going to put on the show.
Well, again, he's 8-0. He's got 5 knockouts, so obviously he can punch. It's just going to be a matter of can he overcome the experience of Haskell Rhodes? Because a lot of fighters run into that. They get a big undefeated record going, and sometimes they don't take the other guy maybe as seriously as they should, and that's when a big upset occurs.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like me, it's like playing football when I was a little bit better, I felt, than my opponent, but they were crafty. They're old vets. They knew how to give you that little tug and just enough to hold you off. So this could be a thing with Rhodes and Perez.
And, of course, we talked about, how exciting it is to have all these titles up for grabs and to have these well-matched fights so far. Don King has done it again, hasn't he?
Yeah, he definitely puts on a great show. I mean, these matches are excellent. We had that one first-round knockout, but other than that, we've had great boxing, and I love to see great boxing.
Very, very talented young men in the ring tonight. And we still got more title fights coming up. We've also got the Trayshawn Wiggins fight taking on Chris Howard. Our main event is going to be Ian Green facing off against Vaughn Alexander. I'm really curious to see what Ian Green can do, when he's getting ready to take on the very crafty veteran in Vaughn Alexander.
I think that's going to be a blockbuster because as Vaughn was saying, that he wants to come out and try to knock him out. He's going to come out, and he's a slugger. So, Ian Green is going to have to be ready. Let's see how sharp he is. He's a boxer. He can stand back and punch. Let's see what he does with a brawler coming at him, like a real guy trying to, really mix it up with him.
All right, we're ready to go back down to ringside for our next title fight. Let's send it back to Mark Abrams.
Thanks, Bob. Get ready as the gentleman set up there for our next title fight. Antonio Perez taking on Haskell Rhodes for the vacant WBC International Lightweight Championship. Big opportunity for Perez, Christie, for him to really put himself on the map here.
He has to go out and win this fight and win it impressively. Haskell Rhodes is not just your average opponent, if we want to say that. He's coming here with a great resume of his own, and he's coming here to make a statement.
Carl,
He said he didn't even want to become a boxer. He became a boxer because he didn't want to get a job.
okay, Carl, Haskell Rhodes getting another opportunity to kind of slide himself into the top 10.
No, this is great for him. He turned pro at 23, so he was a late bloomer. Athletic, of course, was a wrestler, football player. So let's see what he does tonight.
Let's throw up to ring announcer Jeremiah Gallegos.
And now, fight fans, we are set for our next title attraction of the evening, and it's scheduled for 10 rounds for the vacant WBC International Lightweight Championship. We introduce to you first, ready to make his ring walk, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, here is Lydell Heckman Rhodes. His opponent ready to make his way to the arena, hailing from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, comes an undefeated. Here is Antonio Bam Bam Perez.
Antonio Perez.
He has a very serious look on his face, like he's coming to do some damage.
You know, at 21, you know, you're bulletproof. It's like, you know, guys come in then and they're ready to go. They're eager. He's serious. His entire future's in front of him. And tonight is in for a real tough test. Guy has 35 fights.
You have to appreciate that these guys are willing to step up. Here he is fighting a much older, more experienced fighter. Height, weight, everything is about the same except the experience. There's a lot of fights on that Haskell Rhodes side.
There you have it, the tail of the tape by Christy Martin. Let's get this fight started. Let's hope the ring announcer Jeremiah Gallegos.
And now, fight fans, we continue our celebration of People's Championship Boxing fight card, and it is all presented by Hall of Famer Mr. Don King of Don King Productions, live from inside the Casino Miami Highlight in Miami, Florida, USA. This championship attraction is scheduled for 10 rounds for the vacant WBC International Lightweight Championship. Also sanctioned by tonight by the World Boxing Council, WBC President is Mauricio Sulaiman. WBC Supervisor here tonight with us, Bismarck Morales. The three judges at ringside scoring this contest tonight are Daniel Fitzgerald, John Rupert, and Franklin Mejias. And our championship referee at the sound of the bell here tonight, Frank Gentile. And now, fight fans, we are set for 10 rounds of action for our title attraction. Introducing to you first tonight, to my left, fighting out of the blue corner, standing with Chris Penn and Fareed Samad, wearing red with leopard print. He officially weighed in 134.4 pounds. An in-ring veteran of 35 professional bouts. His record outstanding. 29 victories, 14 wins by way of knockout, with only 5 defeats and 1 draw. He was the former IBF lightweight champion, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada by way of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Introducing Lydell Heckman Rhodes. And his opponent to my right, fighting out of the red corner, standing with trainer Jose Martinez, assisted by Uncle Juan Perez, wearing purple, gold, and black. He officially weighed in 134 pounds. In 8 professional contests, he stands perfect. 8 victories with 5 wins by way of knockout, no defeats. Tonight he steps into the ring battling for his first title opportunity. Here's the fighting pride of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, USA, introducing the undefeated, el invicto, Antonio Bam Bam Perez.
Okay, guys, anything below here, I'm going to call, okay? This is your belt line, all right? Remember, 3 commands, stop, break, and box. When I say break, step back clean, keep your hands up at all times. Touch them up, good luck.
10 rounds for the vacant WBC International Lightweight Championship. Antonio Perez, 8-5 knockouts. He's in the purple and gold. Liddell Haskell Rhodes, 29-5 and 114 knockouts. He's in the red and leopard trunks. Mark Abrams ringside here at the Casino Miami, along with boxing legend Christy Martin and manager champions Carl King. He hasn't managed an AI champion yet, but that might be soon. What do we see early here?
Well, you know what? I'm not sure who's winning the fashion show. Both guys have flashy outfits.
We are in Miami.
Perez does seem to have great hand speed, though.
He does have good speed, but he's putting a jab out there that's missing by a lot of distance. So I don't know if he's trying to find his distance or exactly what he's trying to do with that jab.
He just tagged Rose with a good left hook.
Well, he's been awful cautious, which is probably wise at this stage of the fight. 1 minute in.
He's going to try to figure out this guy that has, what, 3 times the experience?
Oh, good
4
right,
times the experience? Yeah.
Good right hand from Rhodes.
Perez changing angles. I don't know how many amateur fights he has, but I'm going to guess he had a lot. How many amateur fights did he have, Mark?
85.
85, wow.
Perez told me he was 77-8. Rhodes had 27 amateur fights.
The only thing if I was Rhodes, I'd be wondering which one is it that I'm fighting. Did they slick the bigger one in on me or what? You know, because this brother, they are identical twins.
Perez is coming off best win of his career back here on June 9th, a 8-round unanimous decision over Nigel Fennell, 13-2. Rhodes, 2 fights ago, went the distance with Floyd Schofield in a spirited battle, then came back and stopped Ariel Mesquita in 1 round back on October the 28th in his hometown of Oklahoma City.
And we all know that Schofield is getting lots of praise from pretty much every direction in boxing. So if he was able to go out there and go very competitive rounds with Schofield, that says a lot about his ability.
No, you can tell he has some skills. It's like you want to see him as the fight settles in a little bit.
A combination from Perez.
Perez has a style that is to me, the hardest in boxing to fight. He's a southpaw that moves continuously. He just will not sit still long enough for you to unload your combinations.
Now, he looked like he was fighting orthodox in the
beginning,
orthodox
right? For probably the first 2 minutes of this round. So end of round 1, scheduled for 10.
Now that sometimes, worries me when a guy switches up that early in the fight. I don't personally know how to read that.
I think always it makes you wonder, like, something I'm doing doesn't work, so let me try my number 2.
Yeah.
Well, it's either that or he just wants to keep showing them different looks throughout the fight, I guess.
Okay, maybe that's it. But I think we're in for a lot of action, though.
Sometimes it also says, did a fighter maybe hurt his hand? So instead of throwing the big right hand, he wants to keep the right hand protected and use his left more.
Well, we will see as the fight progresses.
Round 2 scheduled for 10, the WBC International Lightweight Championship fight. Antonio Perez and Liddell Haskell Rhodes. I've seen Haskell, I've seen Liddell. I asked him, what do you prefer? He said either, so I'm going to just call them both.
Well, I'm sure he would like you to call him the winner,
Right.
no matter what.
You call him, as long as he gets his hand raised, you can call him anything.
Right.
Perez started boxing at the age of 11. He just said boxing was always around the family.
He has an identical twin brother that fights as well. So can you imagine the household? It's like,
I'm sure they kept that mother on pins and needles.
Perez definitely believes that Rhodes is his toughest test, but he's not going to look tough for me. So see what the next 8.5 rounds entail for Antonio Perez. Perez flicking the jab out.
back to fighting orthodox again. So maybe that's just the first time I seen him. So
he fought here in June. Left hook from Antonio Perez. Like Carl mentioned, Rhodes didn't start fighting until he was 23 years old. Like you said, he just didn't want to get a job. He was a football player and wrestled. And his cousin boxed, so he decided to try it. At 27 amateur fights later, he became a pro and has had a solid career, 29-5-1 with 14 knockouts.
kind of makes you wonder what it would have been like if he had younger experience.
Exactly.
Because he apparently he caught on real quick.
To me, it looks as though he's having a little bit of a hard time keeping up with the foot speed of Perez, and that, so he's loading up with one big shot, hoping that this one big shot's going to land and slow him down.
Well, primarily that's the difference in 36 and 21. You got a lot more energy at 21.
Amen, Carl.
Overhand right.
See, he felt like he should have pulled the trigger right there. That was the spot.
Mm-hmm.
End of round number 2.
Yeah, Perez's youth is showing. It just seems that he has much more energy.
He's a little more relaxed and carefree, and I'm just gonna get this done.
And it seems like Rhodes is, like trying to figure it out and, wanting to make sure that he lands the right shot or throws the right shot.
And as he walked back to his corner after that round, he kind of shook his head at his corner like, okay, I got it now. So let's see. Did he figure him out and he can see what he can land?
Well, one thing, I don't like when a fighter keeps his arms up on the ropes like that, doesn't rest your shoulders. That's the trainer's fault.
It's always surprising to me when I see trainers with this kind of experience letting their fighters relax on the ropes.
Trainer of Antonio Perez is Jose Martinez. Rhodes is trained by Chris Benchos-Giovansky, along with Farid Samad.
Glad you didn't ask me that. That's for sure.
I love the phonetic writing. Left from Perez misses. Good combination from Perez.
Perez has a really impressive hand speed.
Yeah.
Right from distance now from Perez.
And that's what's giving Rhodes the most problem is the hand speed.
Hard right from distance now from Perez. Fakes with the left, lands a right. Good right over the top again. Good right from Rhodes.
Nice right hand. Came back with a good left hook by Perez.
Action picking up here in round 3. This fight on paper, I thought was going to turn into something like this. It's starting to heat up now.
Yeah. Fight then broke out.
I mean, this is a, pardon the pun, a crossroads kind of fight. You have the 8-0 kid trying to move up. Rhodes trying to stay there, trying to stay as a fringe and maybe turn himself into a legit contender.
Yeah, this is a very interesting fight.
Hard right from distance again from Perez. Perez is laying these chopping right hands again. Another one. Left hook. These are really wide shots.
And he definitely trying to get him out of there. That's for sure. He's punching with bad intentions.
For sure he is. Those big right hands are almost landing toward the back of his head. Maybe because Rhodes is leaning in just a little bit, but they're far back.
The only one who's been able to get Rhodes out there was former 130-pound world champion, a big puncher from my neck of the woods, Jason Sosa. So he's only been stopped once in 35 fights.
And that's for the guy that only had 20 amateur fights. That's pretty remarkable in starting at such a late age.
Pretty big round 3 for Antonio Perez. There's a count. These shots are very wide, but they're getting through. Do you agree, Carl Christie? I mean, he's throwing them from his, he's winding up from his hip.
He's throwing very wide. It seems as if Rhodes could just time it and like slip and roll, boom, and come back with the hook. But, you know, he's
kind of
not
waiting
able to
for
do that.
Yeah.
Right.
You wonder if he sees that. I'm sure he does. But can he pull it off is the question.
Right.
The hand speed is very apparent.
It seems like he should be able to see that big right hand coming, roll under it, and come back with his own left hook.
Yeah, you would think, because it is telegraphed for sure.
For sure.
Everyone watching on social media, like and subscribe to whatever channel you're watching, whether it's the YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or it's called X now. Round number 4 scheduled for 10, the WBC International Lightweight Championship. As Carl and both Christie will tell you, these fights are very important because what comes along with this, the belt, which probably is more important, is a world ranking.
That's
Good
important.
Right
but for a guy like Perez, he should not be concerned too much for world rankings at this stage. This is his 9th fight. He needs to get some more experience, and he's going to learn a lot from this fight, no matter what the outcome may be.
But what it does, it gets you, it gets you in line for things. You start being eligible to fight for certain titles.
Makes people start to take notice of what you're doing in your career, what moves you're making. And then they're also always looking for that next opponent. So who should I fight next? Well, it might put you in line to be that next one.
Well, he told me his dream is to fight Shakur Stevenson. So
he's asking a lot.
Maybe they matched. Did they meet each other in the amateurs?
It's a very interesting question. I don't know.
I don't think they did.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for Shakur Stevenson. I think he's one of the best out there right now.
Tremendous technician in there. There's a right from Liddell Rhodes. Right misses from Perez. Perez tried to push a right hand.
Her right hand lead at that.
Rhodes lands a counter.
Rhodes is getting a little closer with his punches. Like you can see him just start to get there a little more often than they have been.
Is finding that range it's just missing by a little bit.
Little by little.
This is one of these fights where Rhodes has been in places. Is it his job to take Perez to those places that he's never been?
Well, they say you go to take him to deep waters and then drown him.
But even apply pressure to land some good shots in there, maybe put Perez more on the back foot.
Has Perez gone 10 rounds yet?
His last fight, he won an 8 over Fennell, so I believe that was his long distance. Left and a right from Perez. Couple body shots from Rhodes as we end round 4.
And Perez has thrown a lot of shots. He's thrown a lot of big shots. So we'll see. Is he going to have the conditioning when we get into the later rounds? And that may be the old veterans' game plan.
Yeah, and you got to wonder, is the power what his record indicates? 5 knockouts and 8 victories. It just seems that maybe not as impressive as it would look on paper.
You see some of the action of round 4.
He's still switching from southpaw back to orthodox, and I'm beginning to believe that's his style of fighting.
I think you're right. That's just what he does, who he is,
Yeah.
and what he's comfortable both ways.
Because he seems very comfortable doing it.
Round number 5 between Antonio Perez and Liddell Rhodes. The right from Rhodes. Right misses from Perez.
Perez has slowed down. He's no longer like moving, round and round and round. He actually is slowing down and throwing his punches.
And you'll learn that as time goes on. That's that youth, that youthful energy.
There's a right hand over the top from Perez. Left to the body. Rhodes misses with a right to the body.
But they seem to be, Mark, it seemed to be throwing one punch at a time. It's not like actually, putting them together.
Both these guys. There's one,
Right.
one in a hold there from Antonio Perez.
Yeah, again and again.
There's a little flurry from Rhodes.
Yeah, both of these guys are relying on one and done. And
right, one shot.
They were both, especially Perez was throwing combinations earlier.
2 good right hands from Perez, but they, like you said, they were one at a time.
Well, that pace will slow you down if your conditioning will show up one way or the other.
Good shot from Rhodes.
Look like he's giving him his kidney. Like, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. and that doesn't feel good to get hit back in your kidneys.
No.
Back and forth on the inside. The right from Rhodes. Again, Rhodes with the right hand. Right to the body from Rhodes.
We're almost halfway through, and you got to wonder if this pace is going to be able to, if they're going to be able to sustain that pace as it gets closer to the 8th, 9th, 10th round.
It slowed down a little bit from a couple rounds ago as Perez gets in a right hand as we end round 5, scheduled for 10.
Perez is laser focused in there with his coach. He's 100% listening to every word. Sometimes we see fighters looking out in the crowd and talking to other people and their friends, but Perez is laser focused.
Start the second half of this WBC International Lightweight Championship fight between Antonio Perez in the purple and gold, Liddell Rhodes in the red and leopard. Mark Abrams along with Carl King, Christy Martin ringside here, Casino Miami Highlight. Just looking at that leopard, guys, makes me feel warm. There's a right from Perez.
Haven't felt warm this entire trip here.
Nice little jab from Antonio Perez. There's a left from, and a good right inside from Perez. Right from Rhodes, left to the body, counter right from Perez.
Yeah, Perez is using his range, effectively. Staying away, using his longer arms, his jab, making it a little more difficult for Rhodes to get in and land the shots he wants to land.
He's really smooth on the inside. He catches and fires back almost everything that Rhodes is throwing his way.
Yeah.
Perez jumps in with a jab of the body, comes back with a right over the top.
Nice jab.
Yeah, Perez now is getting back to the boxing that he was doing early in the fight. Just kind of jumping in with jabs, sticking right hands out.
I think this is actually the best strategy for him.
I agree.
He's hitting, not getting hit.
Which is the name of the game.
Showing his speed.
Couple nice.
Landing some beautiful jabs.
Couple nice jabs, snap the head back of Rhodes. Good solid round 6 for Antonio Perez. Right over the top, hits a lot of glove.
Yeah, this is his best strategy, as opposed to trying to one shot knock a guy out. That's wasn't working as effectively as this is.
Nice tie up. Come to the end of round 6. As Perez misses with a right over the top. Good right hand from Rhodes. And a left from Perez to punctuate the round. Good action here. Round 6 as we see it. Carl and Christie.
Rhodes was trying to come in, but Perez was able to beat him to the punch.
Yeah, I thought that was a good round for Perez. He boxed, he used his length, his jab, and his movement was
He got
good.
back to what was working for him.
sometimes a guy gets caught up in I want to knock the guy out, and that's not sometimes your best move.
Round 7 scheduled for 10. Antonio Perez and Haskell Rhodes. Jab from Perez. Oh, right to the body from Rhodes.
This is certainly a great test. It's a really good test for Perez.
Perez is going to learn so much, and when they go back to the gym, so many things he can work on.
Right.
He'll know what works, what doesn't work, what he can get better at.
He'll be a much better fighter. Learning from this fight, like you said,
they may tell him to stop switching between southpaw and orthodox, because since he's got back into the orthodox style, he's fought pretty well.
And they might tell him, instead of throwing that overhand right, straighten it out and throw a straight right.
Exactly.
At least every now and then, mix it up.
It does work, you know.
It's landing, but it's landing so high on his head. If he could just throw it straight, right down the pipe,
there he goes.
Might be a whole different outcome.
Good combination from Perez. Good jab from Perez. There's a left hook from Rhodes. Now trying to rough Perez up on the inside. Good jab from Perez. I think both guys starting to tire a little bit. We may see some more contact.
Waiting on that second win here. We're in round 7, you know, and once that kicks in, maybe we'll have a strong finish.
Good right from Rhodes on the inside. Good right over the top. Oh, Perez misses with the right hand.
Rhodes has definitely made him fight pretty much every minute of every round. And therefore, we're talking about he's going to learn so much. He will be. It's a great opponent for him, actually.
I think
absolutely.
Good right from Rhodes, right from Perez.
At this stage of his career, to be able to go 10 rounds, to be able to do it with a seasoned veteran, and to do it fairly easily.
He's keeping his composure. He's not at any point like gone crazy, throwing punches. Good shots.
Now some blood coming out of the nostril of Haskell Rhodes. Some of the so they call the artwork of Antonio Perez is starting to show up.
Well, he certainly looks like a promising young fighter that has a bright future in front of him.
And he was arguing a little bit this week he's going back and forth with Antonio Bang Williams, so this could be a fight that could be in the makings for a card or two down the line.
Well, that could be very interesting.
I'm sure that can be made.
Yeah, Mr. Williams looked a little big, looked a little moved up a couple weight classes since the last fight.
You know, Carl, that's the hardest thing as a fighter, to keep your weight within limits of their fight weight.
I asked Rhodes what he thought of Perez. He said he's an athletic kid who fights like a young kid, and I'm going to make him fight the whole 3 minutes of every round. And he actually relishes this opportunity to fight this young Antonio Perez.
Right up until you don't, you know, and it's Rose has got to put more together than what he's doing in order to try to have the upset victory. It just seems that he's letting Perez get off a little more than what I would expect.
He may have underestimated the speed, the foot speed as much as the hand speed.
Yeah.
He's just not going to sit there in front of you and let you get your punches off.
A little left inside for Antonio Perez. Swelling under the left eye now of Rhodes.
Seems to me that the right hand is open for Rhodes. I'm not sure he can pull the trigger, though. It just seems like it's there and then it's not.
It's like we can see it, but he can't.
Right.
And so maybe he does see it and he just can't pull the trigger.
Good right from distance again from Perez. Through 7 rounds, unofficially. I'm just keeping the score in my head. Got Perez up, maybe 6-1, 5-2. Does that sound about right?
I think you're right. It's about right.
Christy?
I think so, absolutely. I mean, Rhodes has been in the fight, but he hasn't. Maybe we give him 1 round. Not give him, he earned 1 round.
Good jab to the face again. See the blood streaming down around the nose area. There's a right from Perez.
Perez looks like he still has really good, strong power.
Good jab. I mean, Rhodes is, he's still there. I think there may be an opportunity for Perez if he wants to step it up a little bit. Maybe, he's bloodied and battered him, then maybe try to break him down a little bit more.
It looks like the opportunity is there.
It's there.
Yeah, Perez seems fresh, though. He does seem fresh. He's the fresher of the two for sure.
I agree with you. And he's really the one that's done the work. He's both been moving with his legs and throwing really strong combinations.
For a youngster, he's handling this distance, in my opinion, very well. We're going into the 9th round. I've seen a lot of young fighters with 8 fights not be able to do that.
Well, he said if he wins this fight, he's going to be ready for whatever. I don't know whatever means, but it's, he looks like and sounds like, if it's another step forward, step up kind of fight, Perez seems like he'd be down for that.
I think you're right. Now, there has been fighters in the past. Leon Spinks, a title in 7 fights. Norman Checo.
Well, those are major amateur Olympic gold medal winners. So.
Yeah, that's true too.
But yeah, I agree with what you were saying that he's beating up a guy who Schofield went 10 rounds with. And he's probably winning him easier.
He's definitely made it look easy, and I don't think there's been any time that we felt that he was in trouble. Maybe he slowed his pace down there in the 3 and 4, but
only trouble I seen him do it was self-imposed when he's switching back and forth early on in the fight. And that really didn't, bother him as much as it bothered me.
Right.
Left hook from Rhodes. Perez got in a shot in between. Perez starting to mouth a little bit towards Rhodes. Rhodes misses with a right. Back to the jab is Antonio Perez. Comes behind with the right hand. Perez has dictated the pace through most of this fight. Kind of boxed him from the outside, and he tries to land a straight left hand. Now he's back to the the southpaw stance.
He's comfortable. He's confident. He's really just. I think he's going to coast through these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. You know, he's having it his way.
Having a little fun.
He's just being
Here I am, you can't hit me.
Right.
And being cautious. He definitely feels he's got enough rounds in the bank.
Goes back to what Christy said earlier about the superior footwork. That's on display right now as you see it.
There's a quick right hook from Antonio Perez.
Yeah, he's having fun.
He's having fun, but you know, as a fan, you don't really want to see him just move around. You want
Right.
to see him close the show.
Jab from Perez.
But Christy, let me ask you this: does a fighter at some point, like in the ninth round, say, "Well, listen, all I got to do is get through the one more round"? Does that ever cross your mind, like, and you're winning like this?
I think it does, but I also think that different people have something in them that you just can't let it be. You just have to keep going out there and trying to get the knockout, trying to get the stoppage. Because the truth is, it's boxing. We never know what the decision is going to look like.
Very good point.
Spoken like a seek and destroy kind of fighter that Christy was.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we didn't go to the scorecards too often when she was in the ring. We made sure the ambulances were on standby.
That's just, you know, that's the whole thing. Boxing is crazy, and you may be going forward the whole time thinking you're pressing the fight, such as Perez is dictating the pace, and some judge out there seeing it the other way, and that you were getting pushed or forced into making those decisions, and they give the other guy rounds.
No, that is
why
so
leave it in
true.
their hands?
Yes. And we have seen some strange things in this business.
That's
sure.
probably an understatement.
I'm trying to be nice.
Round 10 between Antonio Perez and Liddell Haskell Rhodes.
I think both guys' faces showing some physical marks of this fight.
Right from Perez.
And Perez, maybe he's won every round up to this point. I think he wants to close the show at least by winning this round. He may not continue to go for the knockout, but use that hand speed, use the foot movement, change angles, and pitch a shutout.
Looks like he has a mark on his forehead. Could possibly come from a clash of heads. I don't know if that's possible with a punch, but he's really showing his skills now. Ooh.
Good right hand, and down goes Rhodes.
Oh!
He hit him while on the ground, but they're just going to call regular knockdown.
Got to be careful.
Let's see if Perez, who has just under 2 minutes, wants to close the show in style here. Good right from Perez.
So we know that Rhodes is looking for that right hand to come over the top. If he would change the angle and shoot it right down the middle, it would be good night.
Yes. He needs to straighten that right hand out. There it is again.
There's a right to the top of the head, and Rhodes is in trouble. Rhodes is trying to fight back.
Perez is trying to show us that he is a true warrior, and he does want to close the show.
Hard left hook, left to the body. Perez sizing Rhodes up, misses with the left. Rhodes telling Perez to come on. Right hand from Perez. Under a minute to go here in the 10th and final round.
Yeah, Rhodes was in serious trouble a little while ago.
Right from Rhodes. Rhodes just really has nothing left on his punches. A lot of arm punches as we're 30 seconds from the end of this fight. Rhodes misses with the right. Perez just Why is he just holding? He is well ahead on this, on the scorecards, presumably. Big shots again. Rhodes right to the top of the head. They rolled the top of the head and down goes Rhodes again. Fight comes to a conclusion. 2 big knockdowns in round 10 for Antonio Perez.
Big statement by Perez tonight, I think.
I agree. Big statement. That was impressive for 21 years old and only 9 professional fights.
9 professional fights compared to 35.
Right.
And yeah, the
Now
experience, not
36,
just
yeah.
35 fights. He had been against good competition, like top level guys.
Now that was a good test for Perez to show that he's ready to take it the next step.
He'll sleep good tonight.
Oh yeah, he sure will.
That's Perez twin brother in there with him, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they had me baffled this week. I'm like, did I just see one with shorts, one with long pants? I'm like,
yeah.
What? Okay, wait a minute. I'm just curious because his brother fight as good as he does. Well, when
Hopefully
are
we
we
can see that next.
We'll see that.
Speaking of, when's the next card going to be, Carl?
Well, I believe it's going to be February.
February.
Yeah, I think we're looking at February.
Well, we have the decision and the numbers. Let's hope to ring announcer Jeremiah Gallegos.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go the distance in this championship attraction. 2 warriors going at it here tonight. How about a huge round of applause for their performance here in the ring from Casino Miami. And now we go to the judges' scorecards. Here are the totals. All 3 judges see this contest identical, 100-88 to the winner by unanimous decision, and now crowned the WBC International Lightweight Champion, the Fighting Pride of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and still undefeated, Antonio Bam Bam Perez.
There you have it. A shutout plus 2 knockdowns, 100-88 on all 3 cards. Surprised Rhodes didn't get around, but a relatively easy win, wide margin for Antonio Perez. Carl?
I'm thinking the fight was better than the scores would indicate, in my view. I thought it was a very good fight, and it just brought the best out of Antonio Perez.
100% agree with you, Carl. I think this was Perez's coming out party for sure.
Well, let's throw up to Bob Alexander.
All right, back with Albert Hainsworth. And Albert, Antonio Perez started a little bit slow, got caught a few times early, but Perez really turned it on when he needed to, especially in the championship rounds, as they say. That last round was a huge one. He did the job. He did what he needed to do. What was your impression?
I'm extremely impressed. A guy that's only fought 9 fights. I mean, he looked like a veteran to me. The way he worked the ring, and Rhodes was no easy opponent, and he made him look like an easy opponent. I mean, he was pop shotting him. He was, he had his nose bleeding like in the middle rounds, and with those knockdowns, I'm extremely impressed with Perez, and he's going to have a bright future.
I would agree with that, and the great thing I think about his performance is he got stronger as the fight went on. He just got better and better, and of course in that last round he really closed the show. A lot of guys would have sat back and boxed thinking they had the fight won. he was going after a knockout in that last round.
Yeah, he was. I mean, just like, hey, he got a knockdown as the bell was ringing. You know, I mean, that's just impressive. Like the kid, I'm not sure how old he is, but man, I mean, he's literally, he really impressed me tonight. Really did.
He showed a lot of skills, and he picked up his first belt, being the WBC International Lightweight Championship. So we're certainly looking forward already to seeing more of Antonio Perez.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to his next fight. I don't know who he's going to have, but I'll definitely be tuned in because he brings the energy and he keeps getting stronger. And you know, I mean, as he goes, he's going to look more and more and more like more veteran-like. I mean, he's already veteran-like at 9 fights. I mean,
absolutely, very, very impressive. So we're looking forward now to our co-main event coming up in just moments. It'll be the WBA NABA Welterweight Championship. Trayshawn Wiggins is the champ, and he's going to be defending against Chris Howard, a young man who thought he had a fight with Adrian Broner tonight, but as it turns out, Broner got that head injury. Trayshawn Wiggins stepped in, and it's a whole different style of opponent that Chris Howard's going to have to face tonight if he wants to win that belt.
Yeah, definitely. Trigger, I mean, just seeing him, he was I mean, he's impressive, you know, having the 15 wins and 5 defeats, but he got 8 by knockout. So it's going to be a heavy-hitting shot, especially Chris. I think he's going to come in there with the hometown UT fighting for Big Orange.
It's going to be fun, that's for sure. All right, we are now ready to send it down to ringside. Mark has got a very special guest.
Here with the world's greatest promoter, the greatest ever do it, Don King. Tonight, 5 title fights. Right before our very eyes, some new stars are being born tonight.
I've seen a great evening of boxing. It was boxing for the people's choice to describe and acclaim the people's champion. It was a tremendous show. I'm very proud and pleased that I could be a participant. And so the team of DKP and boxing itself, we're back in business again, giving boxing back to the people for their decision as to who's the people's champion.
We just saw a tremendous performance from a kid. He's still undefeated, Antonio Perez. He looks like he could be a new budding star in the lightweight division.
Well, one thing for certain, he was in terrific condition. The man fought from the first bell to the last bell, being faster and more accurate and knowing how to tie up and know how to get out of the knots. It was just a tremendous display of physical prowess and being able to do so in a manner that was second to none. So I really commend and congratulate the Bang Bang Perez because he put on a terrific show. And so it's a great, great evening of boxing. I'm very proud to have been a part of it thus far.
Speaking of Bang Bang, Perez and Antonio Bang Williams, you had a front row seat for it at the press conference the other day. They kind of were going back and forth. Could this be another big fight that DKP makes, maybe the next couple fights?
Well, I certainly hope so, because that's what you do, taking the talent back to the people for them to recognize, realize, and appreciate that what they're doing is what they come to see. And that's why I named 3 national anthems for boxing, and they all come from the OJs. You know, give the people what they want is number 1. But, you know, they smile in your face and all the time they want to take your place, the backstabber, that's number 2. And money, 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 money is number 3. So we got right there. You got a show that it was just fantastic. And to see Eddie Levert and the OJs to be able to perform that way, and it kind of stimulates the people and inspires them. As I say, when is the next one? And that's the real question. When is the next one? Now we are bringing boxing back to where it rightfully belongs, with the fans. And they can be a part and a parcel and a participant in what the outcome will be by them choosing the champion that they want to acclaim as the people's champion.
When you think DKP, you think stars in the glamour divisions. We just touched lightweight. Coming up is a welterweight bout with Trayshawn Wiggins and Chris Howard. That winner of that fight becomes a major player in the welterweight division.
Yes, he does. And what we want to do is to fight for him to get the world acclaim by getting the world title fight. You know, not just be able to say that they are this, that, or the other. You got to work as hard outside the ring as you do inside the ring to give these guys credit for walking up them 3 steps, to go out there, to get out there and participate and put on the type of performances that they have put on tonight. I'm very proud of them, and I'm proud of boxing, and we're going to continue to work toward bringing boxing back to the people and saying, when is the next one?
You had your first young middleweight star come through with flying colors tonight with Alex Castro. Our main event tonight, Ian Green and Vaughn Alexander. Again, just like the last fight, the winner of that fight becomes a major player. You may have two major players in the middleweight division coming out of this night.
Absolutely, and we look forward to the excitement of having a difficult task of trying to choose which one it'll be. You know what I mean? So I'm just like a fan. You know, no matter what they say and experience, and being able to sit back and watch and wait and see, no, I got to be the same as any fan that's out there. I don't know what's going on, and so we got to wait and see it. So the fights evolve. They evolve and stimulate the people, excite the people. So when you go to shave or to go to bathe, whatever you do, you know, you can take what your talent is, and you imitate and emulate your talent, emulating the guy that you just saw put on a physical prowess fight that is second to none. I'm so excited.
Ian Green must get past a real tough customer named Vaughn Alexander. Should Alexander win, I mean, you've done all kinds of record-breaking stuff. Have you ever promoted one brother to become a world champion, then 15 years later, how about the other brother? We had Devin Alexander some years ago. Can you see yourself bringing Vaughn Alexander to the middleweight championship 10, 15 years later?
You give him the opportunity. He has to bring the title back 15 years later. So we got to be able to work with the fighter, give him an opportunity in the land of opportunity. And so that's why we call this 92. You know, I'm 92, so we say this is a celebration of 92. We had so many participants, we couldn't put them all on one card. So now we had to put them on two cards. And so this is what makes it a great event, because everybody's still excited, and what you're seeing, you're going to have two. And we're going to choose which one it is. So how do you do that? You choose, the fighter makes that decision. The one who wants it the most, that's the one who's going to bring it home. And I'm looking forward to being there and being a part and parcel of the homecoming.
If you don't mind me, tonight's a night where yesterday's nobodies are becoming tomorrow's somebodies, Don, and another amazing card that you're putting on, and we're seeing the superstars of boxing of tomorrow, all promoted by Don King.
Thank you so very, very much, and God has blessed me. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and He has blessed me to emulate and imitate by having faith. And when you have faith, you can move mountains. And so I'm looking forward to a great evening and a great season of boxing, and taking boxing back now. Showtime is out of boxing business. HBO is out of the boxing business. So that leaves us on our own. So by me being a promoter of the people, for the people, by the people, and my magic lies and my people ties, that gives me an opportunity to bring back to the people, the beautiful boxing fan, the opportunity to witness and name and acclaim the people's champion. And they're all one and the same. So we're going to have a great evening of boxing, a great season of boxing, because boxing is people, and people are boxers. And so you got to give credit to those guys who have the heart, the courage, the intestinal fortitude that will get in that right and walk them 3 steps. And they have done a job tonight so far, and I know they're going to do one continue. This is just a great evening of boxing, and I'm very, very happy and very grateful to Dan Liccardi, who's a manager here, and Phil Ruffin, who is my dear friend and a wonderful guy. So we are together, team. There's no I in team. We're all working together for the betterment of the people, and the people are the most important.
Once again, another incredible show with Don King Productions. Thank you again for a few minutes at a time. Let's throw it up to Bob Alexander.
All right, Mark, back with Albert Hainsworth. And, you know, there are days I wake up with my head in a fog and I can't think of a darn thing. Don King, in his 90s, he is sharp as a tack. He has lost nothing over the years. He is an amazing individual.
Oh, yeah, he's never down. He's always up. I mean, 92 years old and still just, like, doing boxing. I mean, bringing us the best boxing that the world's ever seen. I mean, throughout the years, you know, the Thriller of Manila, you know, the
Rumble in the Jungle. Yeah.
I mean, like all those are just legendary fights. They were before my time, but I've went back and watched these fights. And it's just to think that we have a legend like Don King that brought that to us.
Multi-Hall of Famer, and deservedly so. We're not done. We still got 2 more great fights coming up. Next up, we have the WBA NABA Welterweight Championship. Trayshawn Wiggins taking on Chris Howard. This is a fascinating matchup because you've got Howard, who's he's a brawler. He likes to get in there and mix it up. But I don't know that he's seen a guy like Trayshawn Wiggins before, who is tall, rangy, southpaw, and he can hit as well. So this could be a very, very interesting fight.
It's definitely going to be an interesting fight. Howard, Chris, I think him as a Rocky type. He's like that type of brawler, but of course he's from Tennessee. And then Wiggins, like you said, he's an athlete. He's a different type of boxer. So I think it's going to be hard for Howard unless he makes it ugly. I think that's his only chance to be able to really win this. And I hate to go against my Tennessee guy, but I think literally he has to make it ugly for him to win and catch Wiggins.
Well, it's tough. When you're expecting one style of fighter and an opponent as an Adrian Broner, that's who Howard was supposed to fight, of course, and then they had the head injury, and they brought in Trayshawn Wiggins, who stepped in kind of quick notice. And, this guy is a very skilled fighter, and Chris Howard has got more experience, but again, I don't know that he's seen a guy with the style and the skills of Trayshawn Wiggins. He's been improving fight after fight that we've had him here on the Don King shows, and he really looks like he's getting better and better as he goes. So this is really an interesting matchup. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, I can't wait for it either. It's going to be excellent.
And of course, our main event, Ian Green will be defending his WBA Continental Middleweight title. He'll be taking on the challenge of Vaughn Alexander. That is going to be another spectacular show because you've got a different style against a guy with a lot of experience, a guy that's been off for 10 years and is making a comeback. There's so many storylines in this main event.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Right there, I mean, that's almost like a toss-up between those two because Vaughn Alexander is an extremely experienced fighter. He's a brawler. He's starting right here again where he started in the beginning. And then you got Ian Green, which is a great skilled boxer that could really do some damage, but he's going to box out. So you're going to have a clash of two tapes to see whose style is going to dominate. Is it going to be Vaughn being the brawler, or is it going to be the boxer Ian Green?
And of course, when we saw Ian Green last, he won that spectacular decision over Alex Castro. It was a close fight. He had a bad cut, but he showed he could press through adversity. Whenever you get cut early and you have to go a full 10 rounds and still take the win, he did a great job in that fight.
Yeah, I mean to get through something like that, and just your mentality, your mental health, you're going to get stronger. I mean, stronger mentally. Know that he can endure. I'm trying to lose my words. Adversity. He can endure adversity and get better and keep going. So I think that was other than he got the win, but for him mentally to go through that and to get stronger, I think might take the edge over Vaughn.
It's going to be quite interesting. We have two great fights coming up to finish off the night. We've already seen some great action so far. As we said, when Don King puts on a show, he gives the people their money's worth.
Yes, he does. Like I said, he's the greatest boxing promoter, production, everything ever. So, hey, it's Don King. What do you expect? Nothing but the best.
Yes, and the way to finish off the year with a great show like this, it's really exciting. And, the fans are getting what they want. And, of course, he's streaming this on several different networks and websites. People are getting to see this show for free. What a way to end the year for boxing fans.
Absolutely. I sent all my friends the websites to watch. Hopefully,
I did too.
Hopefully they think I look pretty good. I haven't got any bad tweets yet, so we'll see what they say.
All right, we're ready to get down, and with our co-main event of the evening, let's send it back down to ringside to Mark Abrams.
Thanks, Bob, and we're getting ready for final two bouts. Two very important fights tonight. Next up is Trayshawn Wiggins taking on Chris Howard. And Christy, I guess the storyline, there's a couple of storylines here. We got Trayshawn Wiggins, who, has been rolling along, has been winning some good fights, and Howard, who was set for the opportunity of a lifetime to face Adrian Broner, and kind of had the rug pulled out from under him with Broner getting hurt. But quickly, Don King Promotions got him this fight, and it's a great opportunity.
It's a great opportunity. It's going to be a really exciting fight. Trayshawn Wiggins is looking to make a statement that he's going to clean up all Broner's messes.
And Carl, what are we looking for in this fight?
I'm thinking we're looking for, a boxer brawler type thing. I think Chris Howard is coming to. He did say that he feels Wiggins has some quit in him. I think he's going to try to bring that out.
Well, to get this fight started, a battle for the WBA NABA welterweight title. Let's throw up to our ring announcer, Jeremiah Gallegos.
Fight fans, this is our co-feature attraction of the evening, and it's scheduled for 10 rounds for the WBA NABA Welterweight Championship. We introduce to you first, ready to make his ring walk, hailing from Crossville, Tennessee. Here is the challenger, Chris Hurricane Howard.
That was just on the YouTube.
Yeah. Facebook's had a. Here comes Chris Howard.
Chris Howard's coming to us from, where was that in Tennessee?
Crossville.
The Holla.
The Holla.
He's from the Holla.
He's coming from the Holler, and he's here to make a statement as well. Like, you know what? I got bumped out of the Broner fight for whatever reason, and I'm going to come here, and Trayshawn Wiggins is going to feel my wrath.
Yeah, and he's serious about this. He says Wiggins doesn't like pressure, and he believes he has quit in him. I don't know. I don't think that's the case, but we will see. If he can bring it out, that would be an amazing feat. But he seems dead set on taking advantage of his opportunity.
Absolutely ready to take advantage. But Wiggins, I agree with you. I don't think he has quit in him. Trayshawn Wiggins is one of those guys that hasn't been protected his entire career. He's had to fight his career. He's gone in as the B-side guy. He's gone in to fight other fighters on their promoters' cards.
Short notice.
Chris Howard's been fortunate enough that his dad's been behind him, and he's mostly been fighting on the A side of cards.
And his brother fights as well, right?
His brother
who's in his corner. Tyler is a 19-1 middleweight. Ironically, his only loss is to our main event fighter, Ian Green. So with Chris Howard in the ring, let's throw up to ring announcer Jeremiah Gallegos to bring in Trayshawn Wiggins.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, his opponent, ready to enter the arena, the champion, hailing from New Bern, New York, here is Trigger Trayshawn Wiggins.
Here comes Trayshawn Wiggins into the ring.
And I think after Trayshawn put that belt around his waist and signing with Don King Productions, he's become a more complete fighter, a different fighter, a more confident fighter in his ability. He wants to retain that championship. So I think we're in for a really entertaining fight here.
I think it's going to be a good one. Tolerant southpaw, Chris Howard's going to come at him. He's going to try to pressure him. I don't know. Trayshawn he just seems to have something about him. It just makes me seem that he's in great shape and he's taking this very seriously. And now that he's not getting the short end of the stick, getting a little notice. I think the little shine on him, and I think he's going to take advantage of this.
And you can see here that Chris Howard gave him that little stare down as he bounced by him. Tell the tape, looks almost identical. Age, height, everything is right there.
Well,
knockouts even the same.
With both guys in the ring, let's throw up to our ring announcer, Jeremiah Gallegos.
And now, boxing fans, here from inside Casino Miami Highlight in Miami, Florida, USA. This evening, Hall of Famer Don King of Don King Productions brings you People's Championship Boxing, the co-feature contest of the evening, and it's scheduled for 10 rounds for the WBA, NABA welterweight title. And it's sanctioned by the WBA North American Boxing Association, NABA President Gary Shaw, NABA Supervisor here with us, Norioli Hill. The 3 judges scoring this contest tonight at ringside are Eliseo Rodriguez, Gloria Martinez Rizzo, and Michael Tate, and our championship referee at the sound of the bell, Samuel Burgos. And now, fight fans, we are set for our co-feature attraction. 10 rounds for our title attraction. We introduce to you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner stands the challenger, standing with father and trainer Eric Howard and brother Tyler Howard. Tonight wearing black with pink and silver. He officially weighed in 146.6 pounds. Tonight he enters with a record, an impressive one, 21 bouts, 18 victories, 8 wins coming to by way of knockout, and only 2 defeats with 1 draw. Tonight ready to battle and challenging for his first title opportunity. Here is the fighting pride of Crossville, Tennessee, introducing to you, Chris Hurricane Howard. And his opponent to my right tonight, fighting out of the red corner, standing with head trainer Julio Alvarez, assisted by Brock Cole and Eddie Alicia. Wearing gray snakeskin and green trim, he officially weighed in 145.8 pounds. In 23 bouts, his record also outstanding. 15 victories, 8 wins by way of knockout, with 5 defeats and 3 draws. Introducing to you, the reigning, defending WBA, NABA welterweight champion, the pride of Newburgh, New York, and fighting out of Johnstown, Pennsylvania, here is the champion, Trigger Tresean Wiggins.
Chief seconds only. Chief seconds only. All right, gentlemen, get the instructions on the back. Obey my command. Protect yourself at all times. Right here is good. Right here is good. Touch him if you like. Come out of the belt.
Wiggins, Tresean Wiggins, 15, 5, and 3, 8 knockouts from Newburgh, New York. He's in the Philadelphia Eagles colors.
Well, something about those Eagles, huh?
I think Mark likes the Eagles. Do you have money on them for today, tomorrow?
No. I actually live 5 minutes from the stadium. Chris Howard, 18-2-1, 8 knockouts. He's in the black and pink. Good straight left from Wiggins, and they tripped over Howard.
You know, that can happen when the southpaws fighting an orthodox fighter. They step on each other's feet. It can be like that sometimes.
And it was strange. Wiggins landed a good straight left. I thought he may have hurt Howard for a second. Left to the body from Wiggins. Wiggins is coming off a 10-round unanimous decision over Nigel Fennell back on January 21st right here. Howard won a unanimous decision over Ray Collins on January 13th in Nashville.
I think Howard's best chance to win this fight is to make it ugly. If he lets this be a boxing match, Tresean Wiggins will outbox him for 10 rounds.
And that's what you're seeing, you know. He's trying to make it a brawl.
And that's what Howard said he was trying to do, and he's trying to get right into the kitchen of Tresean Wiggins.
Said he wants to put that pressure on him. A lot of that's easier said than done.
That's for sure. But that is what he has to do to win the fight, is to really overwhelm him with pressure.
Wiggins got Howard as a late replacement. Oh, good straight left hand, and down goes Howard. A double left hand put Chris Howard on the deck. Howard's never been stopped.
Wow.
So
The
that's
first time for everything.
Yeah.
a double left right to the head. Combination, Howard trying to duck under, right hook, and Howard is staggering back to the ropes. A hard left, and Howard may be in trouble here. Howard trying to fight off the ropes. A left, another left and a right, another left from Trayshawn Wiggins.
And Wiggins has to be careful here not to throw too many punches, punch himself out.
Don't shoot as wide, right?
Right.
Hard left to the top of the head from Wiggins. Howard tries to sneak in a left hook, a left from Wiggins again, straight left.
He should actually touch him downstairs.
And then he threw Howard to the canvas.
Go to the
knockdown.
body, go to the body, come back to the head.
Yeah, that's the move to make right now.
He's not. Howard's not even walking straight.
Big shots, and Howard trying to hold on, and he takes Howard down, takes Wiggins down with him.
He's in trouble.
He can't even walk. He can't even walk.
He may get out of the first round, and no, this fight is stopped right at the end of the round. Score the stoppage for Trayshawn Wiggins.
Wow. Talk about unexpected.
Win number 16, stoppage number 9.
Chris Howard is upset, very upset. But he was hurt.
And I figured he got out of the round. But I don't believe he would have got out of the next round. And the referee, look, when he backed up, when he got up or staggered back.
She did it twice.
Yeah, and Christie made the point he can't stand up.
He would have fallen down then, Carl, if the ropes didn't catch him.
And
I don't know if the referee seen that.
Let's take a look at the action.
Wiggins is doing what he has to do, keep throwing punches and wait for the referee to come in and stop it. But here, the referee calls it a push,
a slip,
push down.
And see here.
That was the push.
It was a push, but when he gets up, he's wobbly.
Yeah, exactly. Very wobbly. The kind of wobble that I've seen other fights be actually stopped for when the referee sees that.
For sure.
And
well, to get the time of the stoppage here, let's throw up to Jeremiah Gallegos.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee, Samuel Burgos, steps in and waves this contest to a halt. The official time comes to you. 2:57, round 1. To the winner by TKO. And still the WBA and ABA welterweight champion, Trigger Trayshawn Wiggins.
Trayshawn Wiggins, like I mentioned to Don, and we were doing our interview over there, stars are going to be born tonight. Contenders are going to be born tonight. Trayshawn Wiggins, I don't care these 5 losses. He's a contender now in the welterweight division, Carl.
No question about that. And very talented at that. He has deceptive power. I wasn't expecting the first round knockout, that's for sure. But I wanted to see more of him with his boxing skills and maybe get the knockout later on. But that's from a fan perspective.
I think that he's becoming more of a boxer puncher.
Yes.
Before, he really was a boxer. Now, he's added power to that as well.
And it looks like he has confidence in that power. Mark had made an earlier statement early in the fight when you said you thought he had hurt him early, and looking back now, I think you were right. I think he was, if not hurt, certainly stunned.
And Wiggins is a guy now, he's a veteran. He's been pro for about 12 or 13 years. If Don gets the call to fight someone, you can't he's probably, you don't have to baby him anymore.
No, this is his time. You know, he's 33 years old. You know, contrary to what everybody thinks, you can go into 40, 45, 50 years old. It's best that you don't. So I think at this point in time, he has enough fights to get a good shot at a world title.
And I'm sure he would want, well, I mean, whether it's a world title or just one of those opportunities.
Sure.
I'm sure he would want that now. He's been waiting a long time. You know, he signed with Don King, get him a couple wins, get him a couple titles, and he's right in the middle of things now.
Well, that's what he does. That's what Don King does. You know, he's been doing that for 50 years.
Only
in America.
Christy put a capper on that for him.
I'm telling you, I think that Trayshawn Wiggins absolutely deserves a big title shot, and I think he'll get it. Off this performance, people are going to say, hey, let's give him the shot, let's give him the opportunity, and because of his losses, they may think it's going to be an easy fight for them. He may just have a surprise.
Well, let's throw up to Bob Alexander and Albert Hainsworth just to get their take on this fight.
Trayshawn Williams' nickname is Trigger, and he certainly pulled the trigger tonight, Albert Hainsworth. What an impressive performance.
And when he pulled that trigger, in his sights was Chris Howard. That's, wow. I mean, outstanding. I mean, the way he came in, you know, I was thinking he was going to come back and box, and Chris Howard was going to try to make it ugly. It was like the other way around. He was the aggressor. He had them 2 shots, and man, just put Chris down. I mean, like he had no choice. I mean, and he was arguing with the ref for stopping it early. Every time he got up, even when he tackled Wiggins and everything, he was still wobbly. He was falling back on the ropes. So it's a good stoppage for sure.
Well, I've known Sam Burgos to referee for a long time, and he's all about safety for fighters. If he thinks the fighter's hurt, he doesn't care what the crowd thinks or anybody else thinks. He's going to stop the fight to make sure the guy doesn't get hurt. I think that's exactly what happened. But Trayshawn Wiggins, he is one to watch. He has got a heck of a future. So interesting, as you and I were talking about earlier, how could he have 5 losses? Well, as a young fighter, he went into a lot of people's hometowns and lost some very controversial and close decisions. Now he's really coming into his own. I've been watching him now for almost 2 years since we saw him in Warren, Ohio, and he just gets better and better with each fight.
Yeah, well, definitely he's the best 5-loss, 3 draws guy I've ever seen. I mean, when he came out there with that power, and I was thinking he was going to go, box. No, he got the job done. I mean, again, 9 knockouts now. I mean, that's super impressive, and great job to him and pulling the trigger. And my Tennessee guy, man, sucks that he was in the aim, but just great job with Trayshawn.
Yeah, Chris Howard, of course, was training for Adrian Broner. That fight didn't happen because of the hand injury to Adrian, but Chris came in and he gave it his best shot, but he just ran into a buzzsaw. I mean, Trayshawn came out like, somebody called him late for the dinner, He just went in and ate.
Yeah, he definitely ate. I wonder how hard it was for Chris to switch from Adrian Broner for 2 weeks, and then to have this guy in the aim. When he was talking to us on Wednesday, he was saying how it bothered him a little bit, but still he was going to go out there and do what he needed to do. And of course, Trayshawn had a different.
Well, it's 2 totally different styles of fights. Adrian Broner is he's more of a boxer instead of a puncher. Very fast, likes to move, very crafty. Whereas Trayshawn is tall, rangy. He's a southpaw, and he can really crack, kick and hit. So that had to be hard for Chris to deal with.
Yeah, thinking about it, because he's like super tall too. I mean, it was a good 5 or 6 inch height difference and power. So Chris paid for it tonight. I mean, just super impressive with Trayshawn, and I can't wait to see him in the future to see what he's doing, because if they don't watch film on this guy, I didn't know much about him, but 5 losses and 3 draws, and for him to come out and destroy a guy with a pretty good record, 18-2 with only 1 draw. I mean, with 8 knockouts, that was awesome.
Yeah, when he was an underdog back in Ohio a couple of years ago, he fought a much more experienced guy and a guy that was favored to win, and Tresean destroyed him in like 3 rounds. So, and again, he's just got better and better, as his career has gone on. And that division is so wide open right now. I could see Tresean stepping into a world title opportunity in the next year.
Yeah, it could be the next fight or two for sure, but I think a lot of guys are probably going to duck him after seeing how he just destroyed Chris Howard in that first round.
It's going to be very interesting to follow. So now we're getting ready for the main event of the evening. We've got Ian Green taking on Vaughn Alexander. And again, there's so many different stories going into this fight. You think about Vaughn Alexander, he's now about in his 20th year as a boxer. He, of course, was off for the 10 years, comes back, and he's facing a young man who is, a lot younger. He's, got that championship pedigree, as does Ian Green, and coming off that sensational fight with Castro. It's going to be very interesting how he handles or approaches the fight with Vaughn Alexander, who does have the experience factor.
I think, when we were talking to him, he said he's going to do what he has to do as far as, like, if he comes in ugly, as far as, like, Vaughn with the brawler style that, he's going to, like, fight, but then he's also going to box him. And then, Vaughn was saying that he's definitely going to make it an ugly fight, but he's going to be smart about it. So, it's going to be interesting to see kind of how Ian handles this, And, again, with that cut that he had, against Castro, and to go through that and to win, I think he's going to have to come in with a lot of confidence.
We are ready for our main event of the evening. Let's send it back down to Mark Abrams.
We're back here ringside, getting ready for our main event of the evening between Vaughn Alexander and Ian Green. Should be a terrific fight. We'll get into that fight, but I believe Jeremiah Gallegos is ready, so we will throw it up to him with the special pre-fight pageantry.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. The main event of the evening. 10 rounds for the WBA Continental USA Middleweight Championship. We introduce to you first, ready to make his way into the arena, hailing from St. Louis, Missouri. Here is the challenger, Vaughn the Animal Alexander.
It's Vaughn Alexander, the 37-year-old from St. Louis, Missouri. Got a record of 19-7-1 with 11 knockouts.
And those seven losses have come against guys out of his weight class.
I remember when he first turned pro, him and his brother. Glad to see him back here tonight. It gives me a lot of, makes me feel real good to see him back in there.
I was going to say it's going to makes you feel old.
That too.
One of his losses, he lost a split decision to the unified middleweight champion Janabek Alam Hanallah. It was a split decision loss, and that was early in his comeback. So this is a real tough customer in here. Much similar to maybe a little bit like Tresean Wiggins. You see a few losses, but that don't tell the story.
And let me tell you, if conditioning has anything to do with it, this guy is in great shape.
Let's throw up to Jeremiah Gallegos to bring in Ian Green.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, ready to make his way into the ring, the champion, the pride of Patterson, New Jersey, USA, the young general, Ian Green.
The young general from Paterson, New Jersey, Ian Green. Brings in a record of 17-2 with 11 knockouts. Christy Martin, real quickly, take us behind the tail of the tape.
Here we go. We see Von Alexander is a lot older, really, but his time in the ring has been lessened because he was away for a minute. The height, reach, weight, everything is really, really close. I think what's going to tell the difference is styles here, not this tail of the tape.
And get this main event started. Let's throw up to ring announcer, the suave Jeremiah Gallegos.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask you to please rise if able as we honor those who protect us at home and abroad, who proudly serve and wear the uniform which represent this great country. Here to perform the national anthem of the United States of America, singer, songwriter, musician, recording artist who has shared the same stage with T.I. and Kofi Kingston. Signed with Planet Music and Justin Peters Music. Please welcome Obeezy, the master.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed are the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, their bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the homes of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, from inside the historic Casino Miami High Line in Miami, Florida, USA, tonight, Hall of Famer, boxing royalty, Mr. Don King of Don King Productions, proudly presents a very special night. the main event of the evening. People's Championship Boxing, and it's scheduled for 10 rounds for the WBA Continental USA middleweight title. And tonight, we make boxing history, as this simulcast is for free live on Facebook, Instagram, X, formerly known as Twitter, YouTube, DonKing.com, iTube247.com, and Fight TV. This championship contest is sanctioned by the Florida Athletic Commission Executive Director Timothy Shipman. Also sanctioned by the World Boxing Association, WBA President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza. WBA Supervisor here with us tonight is Norioli Hill. The matchmaker for the event is Ernie Bizarro. Timekeeper at ringside, David Hoffman. The three judges scoring this contest at ringside are Michael Tate, John Rupert, Daniel Fitzgerald, and our championship referee at the sound of the bell, Sam Burgos. And now, ladies and gentlemen, two diamonds, one ring tonight who will shine the brightest, Miami, Florida! Let's get the mayhem started! Introducing to you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner stands the challenger, standing with trainer, brother James Alexander. Wearing black and red, he officially weighed in 160 pounds. An in-ring veteran of 26 professional bouts, his record consists of 18 victories, 11 wins by way of knockout, 7 defeats and 1 draw. He is a multi-time title challenger. Hailing from St. Louis, Missouri, introducing to you, Vaughn the Animal Alexander! And across the ring tonight, to my right, fighting out of the red corner, standing with trainer Dwight Flemings, assisted by Terrific Gist, wearing orange and white. He officially weighed in 158.6 pounds. Tonight, he enters his championship attraction with an outstanding record. 19 bouts, 17 victories, 11 wins by way of knockout, and only 2 defeats. Introducing to you, the reigning, defending WBA Continental America's middleweight champion, the fighting pride of Patterson, New Jersey, USA, the young general, Ian Green.
All right, gentlemen, come here. Get the instructions in the back. Obey my command. Protect yourself at all times. Right here is good. Right here is good. Any questions? Touch them if you like. Come out of the belt.
We are ready for our main event. 10 rounds for the WBA Continental USA middleweight title. Ian Green, 17-2, 11 knockouts from Patterson, New Jersey. He's in the orange. Vaughn Alexander, 18-7-1, 11 knockouts from St. Louis. He's in the black and red. Mark Abrams ringside here at Casino Miami, Miami, Florida, along with the manager of champions, Carl King, and the boxing legend, Christy Martin. We are underway, our final battle of the evening.
And I think we can say we saved the best for last. This is going to be a very intriguing matchup.
I think so,
No
too.
matter how long it goes, if it goes 10 rounds or if it goes 2 rounds, it's going to be a good one.
This is the one we've been waiting for. You know, this I'm telling you, man, I've seen Vaughn a long, long time ago. I haven't seen him recently. But to look at him, he's in great shape. Conditioning does count. And Ian Green, well, what do you say about Ian Green? He's been very good.
Alexander, who's coming off a first-round stoppage over Brian Damian Chavez. That took place August 11th in his hometown of St. Louis. Green won that split decision over Alexander Castro back here on January the 21st, right here at the Casino Miami Highlight.
You know, what Ian Green said was, kind of a fluke because of the cut. You know, so we're going to see. Maybe tonight we'll see the best of both guys.
Green said he has a lot of respect for Alexander. He said he's a great fighter. If he wasn't a good fighter, I won't be fighting him. So he's got a lot of respect.
And it's a fight fans matchup that we usually like to see. The brawler against the boxer, puncher. This could turn into a really good war here as we get heated up.
I agree. I think when I seen it, I'm like, okay, this is going to be something. This is really going to be something. A lot of people may not know the names, but they will after the night if they're tuned in.
Green lands a little left on the inside. Alexander has been fighting, a lot of bigger guys like Christian and Billy.
Well, he comes from a fighting family, man. So, I think guys like that are fundamentally sound. Their technique is good, and they don't get overexcited in a fight. So I think that's, we're going to see.
I asked Vaughn if he, he's fought, like you said, a lot of named guys. I said, do you think this is the best chance you've had to win a fight at this level since your comeback? He said yes. He's fighting much bigger guys. He's going in behind the 8 ball to start.
I think he followed that yes up with this is the first time he's had this kind of opportunity at his natural weight class.
Correct. See Alexander kind of stalking, misses with the right hand. End of round 1, scheduled for 10, our main event here in Miami.
More of a fill-out round, I think. It's getting ready to heat up pretty quickly, in my opinion.
See, this is the big fight of the night because Christy just picked up her pen and she's going to do the unofficial scorecard for this one.
Well, when you get into those later rounds, you start to forget about those early rounds. So yeah, you have to keep track.
The 5th of our 5 championship bouts.
So we're going to post our unofficial scoring on the.
Well, I'm going to hold that to Christy.
Yeah.
So.
I think judging is the hardest job in boxing. That's my opinion.
Hard.
It for sure is. And it really all comes down to what do you like?
Exactly.
Do you like the style of a boxer? Do you like the style of a brawler?
Little right hand from Ian Green to start round 2. Left hook to the body from Green. Did that seem to get Alexander's attention a little bit?
Alexander's been the busier fighter. Ian Green hasn't had a fight since the last one he got the bad cut, so he's had to sit for a minute.
I actually was at the fight in St. Louis where he stopped Chavez in the first round. Good right to the body, and it was body shots that he stopped Chavez with.
Well, the Alexanders are fundamentally sound, and that's important. The layoff of Green, his last fight was Castro, correct?
Right.
Correct.
So, he could possibly be worrying about a cut again, and those things have a tendency to linger in your mind.
Maybe fight a little tentative?
Yeah, and initially. And things will heat up here in a few rounds, I think.
Alexander trained by his brother James. Araz terrific Gist, a longtime trainer in the North Jersey area. Trained a lot of good fighters up there.
Seems like Ian Green's hand speed just a little bit quicker, a little bit more accurate. His punches are a little accurate, more accurate.
It was a good 1-2 combination from Green. Misses with the right hand, does Alexander. Alexander gets in a body shot, jab from Green. Right hand and then a jab from Green again.
I think both fighters have been rather cautious.
See, Green's pretty much lived on the corners or on the ropes. Doing a decent job fighting off the ropes.
Yeah, starting to heat up. Well, at least Ian Green is starting to heat up.
Ian Green's starting to heat up, but is it because Alexander's making him? He's stalking him.
Yes.
Just right in front of him. Every step he takes, he's there to answer it.
Flicking left from Alexander, right hand from Green. Good jab from Alexander. As we close in on the end of round 2, and Alexander sneaks in a body shot.
This one?
Yeah, I think so.
Christy Martin gives the first 2 rounds to Ian Green.
I think even though Green was backing up and fighting most of the round with his back against the ropes, he was still landing the more effective punches.
And as we see in the replay, kind of was spinning out. He really was never in too much harm's way.
He's going to have to keep that up. He's going to have to stay out of harm's way. At the same time, he's going to have to let those hands go, try to do some damage. But I believe we're about to heat up real quickly and see once they kind of settle in.
I think so. We're going to see if Ian Green isn't in top physical condition where he can keep moving, then he may have a long night.
Also, Dwight Fleming's in the corner of Ian Green, another long-time Newark Jersey trainer whose son actually is an undefeated junior middleweight.
Come on, Vito, do it for Carlo and Gino.
Right inside from Alexander in the clinch.
Well, Alexander's certainly applying the pressure.
He's applying the pressure. It seems like he just needs Ian Green to stand there before he can really get off. And Green's just not going to cooperate, at least not early.
And it's a little difference in pressure and punching pressure, too. So now, you know, he has to apply all those skills together to see what Ian Green is really going to do.
Oh, nice right hand.
Left to the body from Green. Alexander trying to work the body. He might be getting in a little bit too deep. He's not being able to kind of get some good extension on his shots, has Vaughn Alexander.
Well, I know Ian Green told me he's going to be DKP's new Mike Tyson.
Good right hand from Green.
That's what we needed, DKP. The great right hand Ian Green just landed.
Well, if there's a new Mike Tyson, we have to find a new Christy Martin to fight on the undercard.
Absolutely.
They broke the mold.
Thank you, Carl.
Uppercut just misses from Green. .30 seconds go in round 3. Alexander's in fabulous shape. He said no one trains harder than he does.
No, I believe it.
Both of these guys look in tremendous condition. But we're going to see, though.
Yeah,
we're going to see when we get to 8, 9, and 10. We'll see who's in shape.
Another jab to the body. End of round 3, scheduled for 10.
Yeah, what? You know, it never ceases to amaze me with the guys with their arms on the ropes, as if, you know, that's just not what you're supposed to do.
And these guys should, again, you know, the people in the corner, they know better. They should know better.
Absolutely, they should.
Ian Green is one of the few guys in the business that actually has a cut woman. And Veronica Soto, she's a very good cut person, keeping him in that fight the last time with the really bad cut in the first round.
Yeah, that's important. You know, these are some of the unheralded heroes in the game. Because without them, the whole lot of guys would not be world champions that won otherwise.
Right. Oh, nice left hook.
Seems like Ian Green can pick his shots better, place his shots.
I want to say hello to some of the fans around the world tuned in after watching other fights. We are in our main event right now. Ian Green in the orange shorts. Vaughn Alexander in the black and red. Mark Abrams with Carl King and Christy Martin. We're at the Casino Miami in Miami, Florida. Left hook from Green. Green unofficially on our card is taking the first 3 rounds.
And it looks as though in this 4th round he's found his rhythm. That he's really comfortable. He's landing his jab pretty much at will.
Switch southpaw.
Turning southpaw, throwing a jab. He's relaxed out there and actually having fun.
What's Alexander have to do to kind of turn this thing around in his favor a little bit?
He has to make it a dog fight. He has to get inside and stay on his chest.
Well, how does he do that?
He has to get on the inside.
You got to let your hands go, number one. And see, he's moving forward, but you need to move forward behind the punch. I think that's probably fundamentally what he probably should be doing right now.
See Green landing a good right off the ropes, and he's just moving and flicking shots without Alexander doing much in return. There's a left hook from Alexander. And a straight right. Then right from Green.
Well, I think Green knows if you stand in front of Alexander and allow him to get off you, it could be a long night for you. He has to be able to move and work the angles a little bit.
There's a body shot from Alexander.
He's fighting the perfect game plan.
You think Alexander should, just landed one body shot. He's been throwing a lot of headshots. Good right hand from Green. Maybe work the body because Green is moving so much. Maybe try to cut down on some of that movement going to the body.
For sure, and you see him, he's touching him on the hips. That's an old Julio Cesar Chavez move. But hit him on the hips. That will slow him down in a hurry.
Listen, a couple of rounds from now, you got to start shaking the leg a little bit when he stands up. That's certainly, Julio was a master at that.
We are through 4 rounds here in Miami. Good left hook by Ian Green.
So far, I think Green is having a better night.
He had a game plan, and so far he's been able to stick to his game plan. Vaughn Alexander hasn't been able to, to bump him off.
Well,
get him thinking differently.
That's a lesson that a lot of fighters should learn, is to have a game plan and then have a way to execute that game plan. Because so many times you see a guy may have a game and he abandons it the minute something doesn't go the way they felt it should go.
Green has been able to stay focused and continue to move, use his hand speed.
And we'll see if that continues, if he has any kind of controversy in this fight, any kind of anything, you know, get hit or cut or something like that. But he's fighting a very good fight at this stage.
Jab from Green again. Green gets a little right hand in.
He can't miss with his jab.
Green is fighting at the exact pace he wants this fight at.
I think Alexander needs to let his hands go a little more.
Alexander gets in a body shot. Both guys miss right hands. Good right from Alexander.
I think he needs to do more of that to get back into this fight.
Both guys are clinching. Good left to the top of the head from Green. Back to the jab. Counter right from Alexander. Jab from Green.
Alexander's going to have to just stop doing one punch at a time. He has to put punches together.
Exactly, he does. And he's just walking forward without letting those hands go. Until he gets in a set position to fire the shot. You know?
Oh,
good right again.
Nice right hand.
Good right from Green off the ropes. Good right again from Alexander. Alexander's trying to press forward, land some shots on the ropes. Alexander misses with the chopping right hand as we end round number 4, round number 5. Rounds are flying by.
They are. Here we are halfway through.
A lot of action. I mean, really, Ian Green staying busy, and at the same time, you can feel Alexander like putting the pressure on. You feel it like, oh, okay, it could come at any time.
Exactly, and it needs to. If he intends to come out victorious, this is the time he needs to step it up and let those hands fly a little more. I think he's been a bit conservative on his punch output, but Green is he's fighting Ian Green's fight, in my opinion. I just think that Ian Green is with the jab, the movement, placement of the shots.
And that's kudos to Ian Green because he had a game plan. He's able to stick to it and not be deterred.
And that's what it takes. And it's Alexander's job to make him get away from that game plan. But we have yet to see that occur.
Good right hand
what a right hand.
From Alexander, by far his best punch of the fight, and I think he hurt Green bad.
Yeah, that one,
He
that
hurt
did some
Green.
damage.
Let's see if Alexander can capitalize. He's got Green backing up, overhand right again from Alexander. He's got Green backing up on the ropes, right and a left from Alexander. Goes back down to the body with the jab. Right again, misses with the left uppercut. A quick overhand right rocked Ian Green as Alexander lands a body shot. A little blood coming from the left nostril now of Ian Green. Right over the top and a left from Alexander.
And now's the time, though, Alexander has to put punches together, not just one at a time.
Exactly. That would do it. He needs to do that.
Jab from Alexander. Goes right to the body.
Now, this may be his best opportunity to turn this fight around is in this round. And you're right about him putting them together in order to do that.
He's still hurt. I think if he could just put 3, 4, 5 punches together, and let's see.
He may have let Green off the hook a little bit.
There you
3
go.
punches from Alexander.
That's what he needs to do more of.
Yeah, exactly. Combination punches right now can be his best friend. That's what I meant about abandoning that game plan. He's trying to recover right now.
There's a right from Alexander again.
He had some help in deciding to abandon that game plan.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
That help came in a Von Alexander right hand.
See, Green.
There, another right hand.
Green was backing up, and punching most of the first 5 rounds. He's backing up again, but he's letting Alexander dictate. One punch has turned this fight around for Von Alexander.
He still needs to let his hands fly, though. He got out of that round. Ian Green got out of that round. Now, if he has great recuperative skills, we'll be back. He'll be okay.
We'll see if he's able to come back to his game plan.
Yeah, exactly.
Or has that train been boosted off the tracks?
See, I look at the way Alexander's sitting in the corner and versus Ian Green, his legs is
Right.
up, is up.
This is old school.
Yeah,
we know
that
they've
is-
been around a long time. Get your arms down, relax.
That's how I learned the game in camps with the Bobby Lewis's, Slim Robinsons, Angelo Dungees of the world. That there was unacceptable at the training
For sure.
camp.
For sure.
Round 7 scheduled for 10. Let's see if Von Alexander can now keep the momentum going he took from Ian Green in round 6.
Well, it looks like he's starting the round out better, more active than he has in the past 6 rounds.
Green looks
And
like
we've done a reversal because now Green is actually
coming
the
forward, yes.
one moving forward.
there's a right from Alexander. Uppercut on the inside from Green. Right to the side of the head. Right and a left from Green.
Starting to live up to his billing. It's like I was expecting a war.
Good body shot from Alexander. Green coming forward again. Good right to the side of the head from Alexander. Left from Green. Another left from Green. Good
right hand.
A little chopping right on the inside from Ian Green.
Von Alexander could have missed his window of opportunity.
He just might have.
Good uppercut and a right from Green. Ian Green taking back the momentum in round 7 as he lands an uppercut to the body. Left and a right to the head. Green misses with the left hook. Now it's Alexander who has to try to fight off the ropes. Nice little uppercut again from Ian Green. Now a cut, it looks like around the right eye of Ian Green.
I think him turning the tide moving forward, backing Alexander up is working to his benefit this round.
There was blood around the right eye. I can't tell if there was a cut.
Which eye was cut before? Do you remember?
Actually, it looks like maybe up in the.
Was his right eye cut before?
I think so, but I think this blood may be up on the forehead. I think. They have been fighting at close quarters in this round 7. There's some of the action of round 7. Good uppercut landed there by Green.
Ian Green took back the control of the fight pace.
Yes. Yes, he did. And he needed to do that before it got out of hand, as far as he's concerned.
And on Christie's unofficial card now, it looks like Alexander is going to have to do more than just win the rest of the rounds, maybe score a knockdown or 2.
Well,
again, unofficial.
Very unofficial, because some of those judges may have given Von Alexander rounds for the pressure that he was keeping on Ian Green.
But we feel he's definitely behind in the fight. And he has to start moving. Or moving, not necessarily moving, but
moving his hands.
Start to get it going. Alexander tries to land a chopping right and a chopping left. Ian Green says nope.
I love it when they say no. It means yeah. There's a left 3-punch combination from Alexander.
That's what Alexander's going to have to do. He's going to have to punch in combinations and plan on one of those punches of the combination landing.
Yeah. Uppercut again from Alexander.
That's not Green's mouth open, is it? It's not. Is that just the way his facial expression is? I don't think he's sucking air. It just seems that.
Oh, good right hand from Alexander.
Alexander landed some pretty solid body shots early on, so Ian Green's mouth could be coming a little open.
Left hook misses from Green.
And Von Alexander moves.
There was a
headbutt.
There was a headbutt followed by a big right hand from Green. I think the headbutt is what caused Alexander some discomfort. Left hook from Alexander. Just misses with the right. Green was coming in with his shoulder, I think just hit Alexander in the jaw, left to the body from Green.
Alexander has a look. He resembles Ernie Shavers in the face. Back in the day, that's what comes to my mind.
What a puncher.
Yeah, oh
Ernie
my
Shavers,
God. What?
Right?
Yeah, all this would be over. Everybody be knocked out by now.
Good body shot, and down goes Alexander. A perfect left hook to the body puts Alexander on a knee, and I don't think he's getting up, and this fight is over.
Wow.
Ian Green.
That was a hell of a shot.
With a left hook to the body,
shot.
Put Von Alexander on a knee, and this fight is stopped.
Wow. That was one hell of a shot.
Perfect. That's the thing about a liver shot. There's just not a whole lot you can do about it.
No, it's paralyzing.
Oh my goodness.
The perfect shot by Ian Green gives him win number 18, stoppage number 12.
Hell, my liver's hurt. Shoot.
And he will rise in the rankings in the WBA.
For sure. And he's another guy that he deserves that big shot.
Yeah.
He's paid his dues. He's been there.
Let's take a look at it. Perfect shot right there.
Right there, bam. And that's the liver shot. You can take one step and then you think, I thought I would never breathe again.
Ooh.
There, let's see if.
See when they go, first one, then this.
Yeah. It's one of those delayed reaction shots, and Ian Green.
It's almost as if you can't condition that part of your body.
No.
You can't toughen that up or build a shield around it. And I've never been, I might have been hit there, but not in a boxing ring.
Right.
But by a boxer, Michael Dokes.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Michael Tyson.
No, I wouldn't be here if that was the case.
Michael Dokes.
Michael Dokes and I had some. I'm overdue for a win. Let's put it that way. He's undefeated against me.
Well, Ian Green continues to announce himself as a player in the middleweight division, and he will be on short list for big fights going forward.
Well, I think this was a very impressive win for him.
Absolutely.
And based on what I seen tonight, just on tonight's performances, Alec Castro shouldn't, he needs to stop asking for this guy again. I don't think it'll work out for him.
And as we say this, the team of Castro is yelling at Green.
Listen, trust me when I tell you this, a manager can get a fighter beat quicker than anybody.
But with the time of the stoppage here, let's throw up to Jeremiah Gallegos.
Ladies and gentlemen, here from Casino Miami, what a night and what a finish. The official time, 2:40, round 8, as our referee Sam Burgos reaches the count of 10 to the winner by KO, and he is still the reigning WBA Continental USA Middleweight Champion, the Fighting Pride of Patterson, New Jersey, the young General Ian Green.
Ian Green, WBA Continental USA Middleweight Champion, a very impressive 8th round stoppage over Vaughn Alexander in our main event. Let's throw up to Bob Alexander, who's got Ian Green.
Champion Ian Green. Ian, it was a spectacular boxing performance on your part. You established your jab from the first minute of the fight and you never let up. Talk about the performance.
First and foremost, I want to dedicate this fight to my late mom.
Let it out, huh?
Tomorrow's her birthday. It was a lot of pressure on me coming to this fight. Tomorrow's my mom's birthday. I want to say, happy birthday, Mom.
Yes, sir.
I hope you're proud of me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for everything you've done for me. Thank you for raising me to the man I am today. Anybody, if y'all ever going through something in life, keep pushing. Keep pushing. If you ever depressed and you feel like you don't know what you're going to do, just keep pushing. It's light at the end of the tunnel. I ain't where I want to be, but I'm not where I started. And that's all that matters. So if you ever going through something, keep pushing.
There's no doubt your mom is proud of you, Ian. Talk about the fight, the way you used your jab, then you went to the body. Was that the plan all along, going with that jab all night?
Yeah, well, like I said before, man, I'm a dog. The plan was to box, but he caught me with a good shot, so I had to let him know, like, nah, you're not going to just walk me down, so I had to switch it up, and the result happened.
Talk about that body shot that finished it off.
We work on it in the gym every day. We perfect that shot every day.
Tell him about it.
And I made it happen today.
There's a little bit of barking going on in the ring with the Alex Castro's camp. They want a rematch. Would you consider that, or you want to move on?
Hold up. Be quiet, everybody.
Let him talk.
Listen,
Address the people.
I told Don, whoever he put in front of me, I beat him. They put him in front of me, Castro, I beat him with one eye, easy. Anybody they put in front of me, I beat him. I won a world title. No offense, he not a champion. I want the best. I want to fight names. I want a number one contender. If he miraculously wake up in the morning and he the world champion, of course I'll fight him. But he not. I beat him. He's in the past. I want the best. Vaughn was away. Vaughn would have stopped him tonight. He just fought a guy with like 20 losses a couple weeks ago. Then he just went 10 rounds with no offense, a bum. He's not on my level. Don't forget, I did it with one eye. I beat him with one eye. It's over. It's a wrap for him.
Get ready for bigger and better, I'm sure. Hey, congratulations on the win. It was spectacular. Have a great holiday, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you, man. And shout out to Vaughn Alexander. Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you to the best promoter in the world, Don King. Don King, give me them M's. Give me them M's, Mr. King.
All right, we go back down to ringside and Mark Abrams.
Thanks, Bob and Ian Green. Very emotional, very spirited, passionate. Scores the 8th round stoppage in our main event over Vaughn Alexander, WBA Continental USA middleweight champion, as we check out some of the highlights of our action tonight. It's Diane DePestre in her opening bout. Just a great night of boxing. Just the legend continues. 50 years in the business. Don King Productions, the greatest to ever do it. The biggest, the best. Tonight, no exception. 5 title bouts. New stars, new contenders are born and built tonight. The brightest, maybe, Ian Green, along with Trayshawn Wiggins. Look for those two to get big opportunities. Antonio Perez. Alex Castro, the man who wants the rematch with Ian Green. Don't know if that will happen. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But it was a terrific fight the first time. Both guys, I know, both want big opportunities. And we will see in 2024, Don King and Don King Productions still going strong. A great night of fights tonight. A couple minutes we'll throw it up to the panel to close everything out, but just some awesome fights tonight. Trayshawn Wiggins, first round stoppage, a terrific performance over Chris Howard. Antonio Perez, a shutout over Liddell Haskell Rhodes, a tough veteran in there. And Antonio Perez closed the show in fashion, scored the 2 knockdowns late. Alex Castro with the unanimous decision over Harry Cruz, the fight that Green just alluded to in there. Devon Williams, a good-looking 21-year-old from Fort Lauderdale, goes to 4-0 with 4 knockouts. Stopped Kendall Ward in the first bout, in the first round. Lawrence Newton took on a tough kid named Eric Ruiz, got shook up a little bit, but rebounded very nicely to score the unanimous decision in their 6th-round bantamweight fight. And Diane DePestre started us all off tonight with a first-round stoppage over Yasir Zamora. So it was a great night of boxing for Don King Productions. We're looking forward to a big 2024. All the shows we did here in Miami in 2023. The return of the problem, Adrian Broner, we will see in 2024. The WBC Cruiserweight Champion of the world, Noel McCallion, we'll be seeing in 2024 as well. I'm Mark Abrams. Good night for me, but let's throw it up to Bob Alexander and the rest of the gang to close out the night.
All right, thank you, Mark. Back with the panel here. What a great night of boxing. We said it was going to be good, and it certainly lived up to its billing. The last few fights were really spectacular. Albert, you were very impressed with Antonio Perez and his performance beating Haskell Brown.
Yeah, it was really impressive. I mean, I thought Antonio Perez fought like a guy that's been in the ring for 20 or 30 fights. The way he looked, not a guy that's only been in 9 fights now, you know, and have 6 knockouts, so, or not knockouts, but to have 5 knockouts. So I was super impressed, and as he gets older and older, you know, I mean, he's going to get better and better.
Carl, Trayshawn Wiggins was spectacular, a first-round knockout over Chris. I'm telling you, he showed all of his ability as a boxer and a puncher.
Yes, he did. You know, we all knew coming in that he was a very talented boxer. And I think now he's adding a little extra in his punching power. He can be problems, and he has a deceptive record. So guys need to beware of a guy like Trayshawn. I think he's a comer, a real comer.
And Christy, in our main event, Ian Green really stepped up to the fore. He used his jab beautifully, got rocked a little bit in the 6th round, came back in the 7th, took control, and that beautiful body shot finished it off in the 8th.
Great body shot. All I can say about Ian Green, he deserves a title shot right now.
He is a very, very impressive young man. Well, that's going to wrap it up from Miami, Florida. We thank you for joining us this evening on behalf of the entire crew for Don King Productions. We hope you have a wonderful and safe holiday season. We'll see you again in 2024.